Welcome everyone
to what for us is the biggest event we've had so far at Platinum Racing League. Welcome everyone to PAC, the Platinum Endurance Championship. We are at Spa, as you can see in the background, and what a day it is going to be. 6 hours of racing we have ahead of us. We have an hour of qualifying in between that. So we are going to look to do everything we can to provide you the best view as possible of all of these events. My name is Daan Pepels, I'm the commentator for Platinum Racing League, and I'm excited to go on the ride along with you guys. Like you've seen in the intro screen, we have a lot of racing ahead of us, a lot of hours of racing ahead of us. And we have a beautiful multi-class field. Like you can see alongside me now, we have LMPs, we have GTEs, and we have GT3s. In the LMP2 field, we have only one class, and we're going to go over that in a bit. In the GTE field and the GT3 field, we have two separate classes. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it, and let's get into the action just immediately, because we have a lot to talk about. Well then, as we can see, Platinum Racing Team Orange is in the lead at the moment. Then we have Astro Racing in the lead of the GTE field. And I'll go over it just quickly. This is just some information for you guys to take in. At the top right of your screen now, you can see that the car classes, we have a Pro and an Amp class. You can identify them on the timing tower by their white color as a number or their black color as a number. The white color is an AM team and the black color is a Pro team. In LMP we only have black colors, as you can see, so only Pro teams in the LMP2, only a Pro field, so that field runs on its own. In GTE we have Pros and Amps mixed within each other, and then in GT3 we have the same thing as well. We have our graphics are just that little bit different than we normally have. We've worked on it for so long, but this is the same. Now it shows in blue, but it is exactly the same for the GT3s, which have a different background color, but it is exactly the same. Well then, let's get into our teams at the moment. We have a lot of teams we need to talk about. And let's talk about my favorite team. No, it's not my favorite team. It's literally the team name. It's my favorite team. Clement Schmid in that car at the moment. As you can see, a beautiful rainbow with zebra livery. And they are in the LMP2 field. Looking to do strong. We have qualifying coming up in just over 6 minutes, and yeah, it's really close at the top of each class. And what I think is just a little bit more special is the fact that it makes for a beautiful racing in qualifying as well normally, but we here at PRL have done things differently. We at PRL have split up qualifying in 3 parts with 5 minutes in between it every time, which means that at the moment the 3 different car classes get their chance to do it separately. Qualifying goes as follows as we look on to the leader now in the LMP class. Qualifying goes as follows. We have a field of LMP2s which goes out the first 15 minutes of qualifying. Then race control will say the pits is open for LMP2s for the first 15 minutes. Race control will then say after 15 minutes pit is closed for, or pit exit is closed for LMP2s. Then the LMP2s can finish their lap, but they can't start a new one, which means that they have 5 minutes to do so. Oh, big slide there for Nick Jelesic. But they have 5 minutes to do so, and then after those 5 minutes, race control will give us a message that the pit is open, the pit exit is open for the GTE field after 15 minutes, so they get 15 minutes of qualifying as well. Then after 15 minutes we have 5 minutes of no track action again, because race control will have said pit exit is closed for GTE. After 5 minutes then they will say pit exit is open again for GT3 cars, and after 15 minutes qualifying will be done and dusted, and we have a starting grid. But until all of that happens, and yes, Cos Brinkhuizen, thank you for the nice words. We hope you will have fun for the whole 6 hours here. We certainly will here in the broadcast. And yeah, we will have some drivers along for the ride here in the broadcast as well. So we'll get them in the commentary booth as well. to talk about some things as well. A team to look out for definitely is ASR Red, Austrian Sim Racers Red. We have the team names on the left as well, but if you guys want, I can also show the driver name as well. So I can show which driver is in which car. We have all sorts of things we can do here with SDK. And I think that we can also go into a class alone. So we go to LMP2, we show the full LMP2 class. We go to the GTE class and we show the full GTE class. And then the biggest field we have at the moment is our GT3 class. It's a very, very big field. It's a field of 60 drivers with all of them in the race. And I'm very, very much looking forward to what we can see at qualifying as well. And as you can see, it's very, very close in LMP as well at the moment. Some ASR support in the chat as well. Make sure to support your own team in the chat. Get some hype going in there as well. Really nice to see, for my point of view, that you guys are excited as well. I hope you guys are just as excited as I am. Rui Queiroz in this hashtag Racing LMP2 car now. This car is just 1/10 off of the fastest time in practice at the moment. And we look further on into the field. The GTE class, the .X Esports Red, Marcus Bra in that car at the moment. The GTE class, as you can see, is really, really, yeah, it's really a car, yeah, it's almost a Porsche championship, as you guys can see. There's one BMW in there that is actually lost. So, don't know why that actually is. But, of course, nice to see a BMW in there as well. Otherwise, we could have just called it the Porsche Cup as well. A lot of Porsches, as you would expect in the GTE class, since that is sadly the fastest car in iRacing at the moment in the GTE field. The LMP2 field is all Dalaras, as you can see. ASR Red, Harald Bloemeyer in that car at the moment. They are in 5th, but he is pushing the car to its absolute limit. And they're definitely a team to watch out for in the race. Then in GT3 we have a field, very, very big field in GT3 as well. We have some BMWs, some Porsches and some Lamborghinis. So a little bit, yeah, a little more of a mix there as well. Nice to see that we at least have a mix there of some different cars. Well then, practice is over and done, and we're gonna go into qualifying now. And we're gonna hear that our the race control is gonna say that the pits will be open for the LMP2 field. And yes, the pits is open for the LMP2 field, as we can see now. Carbon Blue is out on track as well now. The pits is open for LMP2. And what a lovely sight to see these cars out on track. Oh, some difficulties there as well. Eibach Sim Racing Team 3 in the LMP2 field as well. They are definitely someone to look out for. They are a very, very strong team as well. They have a very strong lineup as well. A team to watch out for as well. Austrian Sim Racers Blue. They have two teams in the LMP2 field. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. This is the number 70 car. Winston Eckel in that car at the moment. My favorite team. No, for the second time now, it's not my favorite team. I don't have a favorite team in this. I hope that just all teams have a nice time in this championship. but it is the team name from this team. Rapid E-Racing, definitely a team to watch out for as well. Purple is this Rapid Team Racing, or Rapid E-Racing team Purple. They have a Rapid E-Racing team Orange as well. Just as in the background we can see Rapid E-Racing or Platinum Racing team LMP2 Orange as well. I think Nick Jelesic is in that car. He is a blooming quick driver as well. It's definitely something to watch out for as well. Nick Jelesic is so bloomingly fast, it's unbelievable. Definitely a guy to watch out for. He was fastest in practice as well. Winston Eckel has started his lap of this Spa circuit. Beautiful side here going up Arus. You can see clearly here how late you can see over that crest there. And just behind him is the Rapid E-Racing team Purple car, sniffing from that slipstream from Winston Eckel. Of course, Winston is a fast driver as well. Team Austin Sim Racer sums up for them. Yes, definitely. They are a very, very fast team as well. Winston Eckel with a purple sector in, of course, the first lap. He's the first one out there, but he seems to be the fastest of everyone who is out there at the moment. Once again, I'm going to bring this graphic up. You can see here that on the top right of your screen, the black numbers are the pro teams and the white numbers are the AM teams. In LMP2 we don't have AM teams, so you don't need to watch out for them in the LMP2 class, but in the GT3 and in the GTE class we have pros and AMs to watch out for as well. They will be treated differently by our fast LMP2 cars going around them. And they will definitely need to watch out for if the slower AM drivers are in there as well. Let's look what Winston Eckel can do in his first lap. It looks like he has no purple sectors anymore in his fastest laps. Now coming on to the start-finish straight, it's going to be Winston Eckel first across the line with a 2-minute 1.444. That is quickest at the moment. Rapid E-Racing team Purple just behind that as well. My favorite team just behind that as well. Kuruma Motorsports just behind that as well. Rapid E-Racing team Purple, they are only less than they are 2.5 tenths off of Platinum Racing team LMP2 Blue, but it's so close. My favorite team is only 2 thousandths off, but there goes Austrian Sim Racers Red into pole position. Nick Jelesic for the Platinum Racing team LMP2 Orange has some fast times in him as well. He now goes on to the long back straight, and yes, I do like cake, definitely. Just so if you're able, bring me one. Hashtag Racing LMP2 goes into pole position, provisional pole position at the moment. 2-minute 0.800. Nick Jelesic, 4 purple sectors at the moment, 3 purple sectors. Is that going to be a 4th then? Onto the start finish straight he comes. He needs to beat it 2-minute 0.8. Is he going to be able to do that? It looks like he was, but he had an off track in his lap, so that is not going to count this time round. But Nick Jelesic showing his pace here in the early stages. Jan Chesla also now not counting his lap, or it does. Zed Challenger goes up into 10th. Winston Eckel, is he improving again this time round? Something tells me that they are on high field, because that car just doesn't seem as nimble as it should be. Perry Oosterveer and Winston Eckel in that car together with Winston Eckel as well. Marcus Steffel is currently improving for ASR Red as well. He has a purple middle sector, and he's going to be looking to do just the same as he did in his last lap. Jump up to provisional pole position. He needs to be the 2-minute 0.8 from the hashtag LMP2 or from the hashtag Racing LMP2 team. He now into the bus stop. He comes. That is just a little bit deep, it looks like. Not as neat and tidy as he would like, but he is definitely improving. It's going to be a 2-minute 1 flat for him. 3/10 off, but it is an improvement. Joost Bouwmeester is now improving for Cardboard Racing, for Cardboard Blue. Matthijs Jong just ahead of him. Post a time as well, 7th now. He needs to beat a time of 2:08. Not going to be able to do that. Nick Jelesic, there he is again as well. He currently hasn't set a lap time. He's the only one who hasn't set a lap time, but he's blooming quick. Again, 2 purple sectors. Is he going to be the one then to nick that pole position away from hashtag Racing LMP2? And welcome Team IRNL in the stream, and definitely thanks for the nice words. 3 purple sectors now. Nick Jelesic comes across the line to put in the time of 2:664. That is provisional pole position with 4 purple sectors. And just Nick Jelesic shows how fast he can be in that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 orange car. 1.5 tenths ahead of hashtag Racing LMP2. But don't forget, this is only qualifying, and I think he gets a slowdown for that. Yes, that looks like a slowdown. Pulls off to the right and serves that slowdown for Team Orange. Hashtag Racing LMP2 is just in 2nd now. Marcus Steffel currently has a purple middle sector for Austrian Sim Racers Red. Is he going to improve then? That is the question around the Brussels. He comes now onto the long straight. He goes. Welcome everyone into the stream. We have a record-breaking 57 people watching live now. Share this stream with your friends and let them know that you are on the Platinum Racing team or on the Platinum Racing League broadcast channel, so they can watch as well. 57 people here. View is amazing. Let's look what Marcus Steffel can do now in this lap. Is he going to be able to jump up a little bit? No, he is not, but it is an improvement again for him as well. Rui Queiroz is improving as well now for hashtag Racing LMP2. 2 purple sectors. They're going to go hammer and tongue here. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 orange and hashtag Racing LMP2. Jake Smitty, welcome in the stream as well, as this is going to be a new fastest lap time. 2:583 is currently the fastest lap time now. 800ths of a second is in between the pole position now. They're in a league of their own. No one able to get within 4/10. Also, Austrian Sim Racers Red, ASR Red, is the closest of everyone so far. They have a big gap back to Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue as well now. I think it's Winston Eckel still in that car. Yes, Winston Eckel is still in that car. Rui Queiroz has set the fastest lap time for that hashtag Racing LMP2 car. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange is currently in 2nd. Like I said, 800s between those two. It's amazing to see it's being so close in qualifying. That's going to prove something for the race as well. Let's look what Winston Eckel can do then this time round. Is he going to be able to improve? It does look like he is going to do so. And that is going to jump him up into nowhere. It is going to get him closer to P3. Marcus Steffel, Austrian Sim Racers Red, but not going to give him any positions as well. Justin Linden is improving as well for Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. And they are now going very, very fast as well. Yes, definitely. Thanks for the nice words, everyone. Let's hope all the drivers will have fun this evening, racing in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It's going to be me for 6 hours long. It's going to be a lonely job for me, but we will have some drivers in. The race start will be at 13 or at 1 p.m. Central European time. And definitely, guys, thank you for subscribing, everyone. We have now, I think, yes, we have surpassed 100 subscribers, everyone. The first milestone we have reached. Everyone, thank you so much. 101 subscribers at the moment. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a big milestone for us as well. Hashtag SimRacing LMP2 now. Nick Jelisic improving with a purple sector. And it seems like hashtag Racing LMP2 is on an outlap. Let's look on then with Nick Jelisic. They don't want to give him slipstream in any way possible. Winston Eckel improving as well. Just behind Nick Jelisic. Someone on that. Marcus Steffel improving in third as well. And what is Nick Jelisic gonna be able to do? He comes across the line. That is not a improvement at all. Marcus Steffel though, easy. Oh, that is a knock off the inside wall. That is just a little bit too close from Nick Jelisic there. And they have only 1 minute left. They have to be quick. 15 minutes and then the pit exit will close for the LMP2 field. For ASR Red, it's Marcus Steffel now improving. No purple sector for him. Matthijs Jong is also improving for Delta Motorsports, excuse me. A lot of teams improving now. The track gets used a little bit more. But a team that I expected more from is Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. They seem very, very fast in all the practice servers we have hosted. GTE qualifying indeed after this one. And Marcus Steffel comes across the line, puts in an improvement, 2/10 off now only. And that is going to be the last lap that he can do, I think. Qualifying over for them. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange. They are in second at the moment. Can they improve is the question. Benny Moser is currently in the car for Austrian Sim Racers Blue. Oh, he gets an off track there as well. So yeah, now has to be quick. The times are Central European time. Central European summertime is sadly all past us yet. I think it's Central European time, Marnix. We don't have summertime here anymore. Yes, 12:15, and we don't have summertime anymore, Marnix. CEST is Central European summertime. Hashtag Racing LMP2. They have now started their final lap. And there in the background you can see right behind them we have the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange. These two are going to go hammer and tong to see which one of them can take pole position. No one seems to be as fast as them. Yeah, it is all CET right now. Central European summertime is way behind us now. But let's look onto this battle then. It's amazing to see these guys so close. 0.08 of a second only between them. After this we get some time to breathe. 5 minutes. The 5 minutes have gone in now, so with 20 minutes of qualifying left, the pit will open for the GTE field. 72 people of you here. All make sure to subscribe and like this stream. Thank you everyone for coming to see this amazing event from Platinum Racing League, the PEC Platinum Endurance Championship. Currently we have the qualifying from LMP2 almost done. After this we have a 5-minute rest and then the GTE cars will get out of the pit lane. They will get permission to get out of the pit lane and start their qualifying, which will take 15 minutes as well. Absolutely pushing it now is Rui Queiroz. He doesn't seem to be improving right now. Nick Jelisic did improve in the last sector. Winston Eckel for Team Platinum Racing LMP2 Blue in 5th place there currently. They are improving as well now. They want to jump up just a little bit. They need only, I think, 16 thousandths of a second to jump up into P4 and beat Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. But now let's see what Rui Quarles can do. Can he improve? It doesn't look like it, but he has a purple last sector. Can he improve? No, we can't. Just behind that, Nick Jelicic. Can he improve that? No, we can't as well. Winston Eckelda for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. He is the last one for the LMPs to come across the line. He does so in a very quick manner, and he jumps up to P4. Just that last lap. Beautiful qualifying lap by Winston Eckel. That puts him up into 4th. And we have some time to rest now and some time to speak about the action that happened in that qualifying session. We have, I think, 4 minutes left now, 3 minutes left of a little bit of rest. It looks like it's hashtag Racing LMP2 in pole position at the moment. That time was set by Rui Quarles. What a lap time. A 2:08. I mean, a beautiful lap time by all of them. Then we have Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange in 2nd place. ASR Red, Austrian Sim Racers Red in 3rd place. That rounds off our top 3. And what a qualifying we have seen. As we can see, the GTEs now are all waiting to get out of the pit lane. And wow. What a racing day it has been already. So close for pole position in LMP2, and it's going to be even closer in just a moment time for GTE, because those cars are so close. They have been so close in practice as well. 2 minutes left until that pit exit opens, and we have a lot of time for them then to qualify. 15 minutes to be exact, and we're going to show it again because now it does matter. Now it does matter in the GTE start. Thank you, Curly, for the nice words. It is a nice qualifying format. We've done it because in multi-class racing, it is normally a part of multi-class racing finding that clean lap. But we thought with 60 teams, it is a bit big. So we thought that we will give him just that clean lap for 15 minutes long. They'll have 15 minutes to get their time done. And this is the pit exit at the moment. They are all waiting to get out on track. It's an amazing sight to see. Only 1 minute left until the pit light will go green for the GTE class. And yeah, GTE is a Porsche championship on its own. We have one BMW. That's the only different car we have in there at the moment. And yeah, I'm looking forward so much to the race to see how close these cars will be, because we know from real racing as well that these cars, the difference between them over 6 hours is usually so small. And with GT3, we've seen that with a field bigger than 20 cars. It's so close everywhere in the field. It's fighting. Trust me, it's going to be fighting for 24 hours long. It's going to be unbelievable. And I'm so much looking forward to show you guys how that is. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And I think the pit exit will open now for the GTE field. Yes, there they go. That is the GTE field. That is now out on track. iBox Sim Racing Team 2 is going to be the second one to leave the pit lane. And we hear the beautiful roar of that flat 6 of that Porsche coming out of the pit lane. And as I said, I'm going to show it again. The top right, we have a Pro and an AM class. Yes, T3 Racing in that BMW. Yes, that is true. But like I said, we have a Pro and an AM class. You can see who is the AM class and who's the Pro class by the numbers. Scrambling for track position already, these GTE cars. This is going to bring us something that we have seen just as good as we did. As we are going to see in the race as well. But like I said, Pro, you can see them on the black numbers as well. Then the white numbers are the AM classes And they will show up in just a minute on the left-hand side of your screen in the timing tower. As you can see, Rudolf ten Brake for Ibex and Racing Team 2. They are a pro team. So they're gonna try and get the best result they can in the pro class. We have seen that it is very, very close with the pros in the AM class as well. Because of course, yeah, just a slight hint that Porsche is very popular. I'm gonna let you guys see here. These are no, I can't actually now. Never mind. I look very stupid there. Hashtag 484, yes. But now these GTE cars are gonna start their lap. You can see here, very, very. Oh, we have a touch there already on the qualifying lap. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the race as well. Rudolf ten Brake, and he is going to be the first one then, I think, to start his lap. Coming up to Eau Rouge then. You can just hear the revs drop, you can just hear the car struggle to get up that hill at Eau Rouge. Now we have the long camel straight up ahead of us. Before we break into Les Combes. Rudolf ten Brake, he's gonna be the benchmark for everyone to follow. At the moment it looks like the GTE class is going to be as close as I said. Luke Rima is currently the fastest out on track, it looks like. But he has been beaten by someone else as well. Rudolf ten Brake, of course, since he's the first one out there, he of course automatically gets those purple sectors as well. 82 people of you here. Can we hit those 100 viewers? Trio race, yeah, sad to hear you guys had to pull out. Would have been nice to see a Ferrari in there as well, but hey, these things happen. It's still a very, very good field. Rudolf ten Brake is then going to be the first one to set a lap time for these cars. And he's going to get out there and post a lap time of, it looks like, a 2-minute 11.997. He gets beaten already by Delta Motorsports. Ferdinand Geertman in an AM class car is currently, I think, on a purple lap, but that lap did not count. Yes, it did count. Delta Motorsports hashtag 1419 second position because they get beaten by Orion Race Team Pack. GTE already, they get beaten by Astro Racing as well. And this is not how close it's going to be with a lot of teams at the moment not able to get their best lap out at the moment. A lot of teams at the pit exit at the moment as well. Orion Race Team Pack GTE currently in pole position, 3/10, so the lap time of 2 minutes 10.775. Until they come now, very slowly they come on a warm-up lap. They are if you guys want to see the live timing as well, we have the live timing and the track map in the description below of this stream. It's all linked. The link to our Discord is in there as well. So you can see, or you can try and get into this racing as well. It would be nice to see you guys as well here out on track. Now then, let's look who can go faster as well. Julian, welcome to the stream as well, buddy. Thanks for joining in. Well, it looks like Mats Lund Jensen is currently... GTE has at the moment, as you can see, they are now over the halfway mark. They have 7.5 minutes left roughly to start their lap. Just a little bit less. 7 minutes left now to start a lap for the GTE class. Mats Jensen is now currently improving for those boys. Team Slow Pace is their team called. But this is definitely not slow pace what Mats Lund Jensen is showing here. Yes, Julian, I do know that. Mats Lund Jensen, let's see what time he can put in. Is it going to be a new pole position lap time? No, it's not. No, it's not. 3/10 off. That is not what I expected, since he had purple sectors in there. That is not what I expected. Winston Echo, welcome to the stream as well, buddy. Winston, if you want to pop into the commentary booth, that would be nice as well. So we have something to talk about. If you want to jump into the commentary booth as well, feel free if you're a driver in the stream as well to jump into the waiting room, and I'll pull you into the commentary booth when I think is the appropriate time to do so. There is a waiting room in the PEC Discord channel, so we can see you there. Jaciel Hernandez for the 132 team now. They jump up into fourth. I can find them on my timer screen, so that's why I didn't show them at the time. Sorry for that. Luc Rima. Ajay Martin is also improving as well. Luc Rima, they're in 5th. They are improving as well, at least their middle sector. Not looking to improve really that much. Grips Racing, I think they have a beautiful livery as well in there. Those green wheel rims, they really finish it off. They leave some room there on the bus stop chicane, but they get across the line out to put in a time. That is 1.1 seconds slower than the current pole position time. As we can see, of course, a lot of pro teams out there as well. Danny Thompson is currently improving for Akil Racing as well. Yes, there we have. Here we have Winston Echo. Winston, welcome to the stream, buddy.
Thank you, mate. What an amazing qualifying format that we have here. It's amazing to see, mate.
Definitely. Well, Winston, I'm going to talk with you about something in the LMP2 field. I have something for you as well, so you can commentate with me.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, thank you very much. Then I can watch with you.
Yes, you can see the action as well. Well, Winston, I said to the viewers as well that in LMP2, I expected more from the Platinum Racing team LMP2 Blue, because they've been on top in every practice session we've had so far.
That's true.
Is there something
of course.
fundamentally that went wrong?
Yes, that was like strategy-wise, because it's very difficult to get the strategy right, especially also with the GTEs, which you can see here. Every guys are just trying for 1 lap on fuel, 1 lap in the pits, 1 lap fuel, all that kind of stuff. And the team, we did like a long stint, or like 24 liters. But then the tires are the optimum around like lap 3, and yeah, I got them whole wrong. So yeah, the time was not that. Well, maybe it's not reflecting the pace that we had, but still P4 for us is a good starting point. And yeah, we need to think about this a 6-hour race, and it's not like a sprint of 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Qualifying is just as important or a question, is qualifying just as important to you as the race, or is it just like you want to get the best starting position possible to keep out of all the drama?
Yeah, of course, you need to stay out of the drama, but still, if you are a little bit in front of the pack, you can get a good start as well.
Wait a second here, Winston. We have Matlund Jensen here coming across the line. Is this going to be a purple time? Definitely looks like it. No, just not 11 thousandths of a second. This is, like I said, so close in GTE.
The margins are so small, mate.
Yeah, like we saw in LMP2 as well. I actually was surprised by that, because I thought it was going to be a little bit bigger, the margins in LMP2, but definitely they were just as close.
Yeah, but think about it, mate. It's GTE. The cars are very close together. Like a good teammate of me says, it's like a small Porsche Cup, but still with the lost BMW in it. But still, yeah, the Porsche is a really good car to see as well, also to hear for the viewers. And the margins are so small, and mate, I can't wait now for the GT3 after this. That will be so close.
Yeah, GT3, like we've seen in the practice as well, is even closer than this, if it can be even closer than this. As you see now, Astro Gaming have improved though, 2.5 tenths it is again the gap to Team Slow Pace. We missed that, sadly.
But still, 2:10.5 is still a very good lap. So
definitely, but still behind that for P3 it is, I think within a tenth again. And then behind that to P4 we have a little bit of a gap, but from that on back it's all really close to each other. Rudolf ten Braken then coming across the line. Is he going to improve for... Yes, he is for Ibach Sim Racing Team 2. That puts him up into 8th positions. We can see the pros are coming to their strength here in qualifying.
Of course, you get a little bit more experience, a little bit more of iRating. But it's not reflecting everything. An AM car can still be really fast. So.
Yeah, well, with you being an LMP2 driver, do you treat the AM drivers in the GTE and GT3 differently than the pro drivers?
No, but still a little bit more cautious, maybe, but not on the racing or while they're trying to pass on one. I need to pay attention that it's safe, and it's not their job to keep it safe. It's just I need to pass them, and it's not making a difference on approach. So.
Okay, very interesting, because we have heard drivers saying in the past that they are just a little bit more cautious with the AM drivers, because they are not as experienced, and they already have a handful of keeping the car on track. But I guess here at Platinum Racing League in the PEC, the driving standards are very high.
Oh, it's quite good. But still, yeah, maybe you need to be a little bit more cautious. But for me, it's I'm not attacking differently to an AM driver than I do to a pro driver. Yeah. But maybe that's also on my side of driving, and it's some more experience on that. So, and that's what we're trying to do here, trying to make some fun and trying to make it as good as possible.
As GTE qualifying now is drawing to a close, they are not finishing their lap. They are, I think, going to go for another lap around to get into the pit lane. No, they are not. They finished their lap. Astro Racing, Majorna, they are still on the track. The number 132, the number 149 is improving as well, though. P11 they are in at the moment. Verver Racing Team Black. Nicholas Reeves in that car at the moment. All green sectors, so all personal improvements. It's very close in that region, so just a little improvement can jump you up a lot of places. Let's see what he does. Coming across the line, he jumps up into P9. Like I said, just a little improvement can give you just that much positions. And I think that is all the GTE cars done for today. Well, Winston, we have GTE now done. And as you can see, the GT3 is already lining up at the beginning of the pit lane.
They need to wait for 3 more minutes, so...
Tires are gonna get reasonably cold.
Yeah, they need to be very cautious on the warm-up lap. But of course, track precision is not everything, but it's very important. You don't want to fight the other drivers too hard, especially on your out lap. You need to get your tires in a good window for the good push lap. But still, it's very difficult. Wow, look at the field, so nice.
Yeah, well, that is something that I definitely did not think about. That you have, of course, the tires work in a certain window. If they are outside of that, they don't work as good as they normally would in qualifying on low fuel.
True.
In the race, it's not that important, I think, to get them in the right window, because you have a lot of
if
laps.
you're driving, because you're driving in a certain pace, the car just does their own thing, and the tires will be in an alright window. But if you make a huge mistake or go through the grass or make a spin, that's really it damages the tire and also the tire wear. Of course, iRacing is not that not that good with the tires when it's got damaged. But still, they're working on that, and it is even better than it was like a year before. So it's very good now. It's better. But still, I love to see when drivers, maybe make a mistake, and then the tires are getting a lot hotter than it was before, and then the tires are making also they're a little bit square with a lockup on it. That also can make a huge difference. And in qualifying, is just like a light car. You need to get the tires in a very good window, and it's very important.
Yeah. We have 2 minutes still left, or 1 minute actually, to
1 minute, yes.
till the GT3s get out there. I'll quickly run over the top 3 of GTE. Astro Racing has qualified in first, it looked like now. Team Slow Pace is in second, so they're definitely not at a slow pace. And Orion Race Team Pack GTE is in third place. Just missing out on the top 3 is Astro Racing Majorla.
Astro Racing is very close on that, so they can make a very good shot into a good ending of the race. But still, qualifying is good and important, but it's not. We need to drive for 6 hours.
Yeah, a lot of things can happen in 6 hours.
Yes.
Of course, in iRacing you don't have technical failures, so that is something that you don't need to take into account. But
I do not agree with that one. We are still driving on the computer and driving with hardware on it, so it can still fail.
As pit exit is now open for the GT3 field. And Akil Racing Cyan is the first one to be out on track in their BMW. Of course, 3 manufacturers in the GT3 class. A little bit more than in the GTE field, because we have one BMW that has lost its way somehow in there, but the rest is all Porsches. Here we have a nice mix of Lamborghinis, BMWs, and some Porsches in the field as well. Why do you think everyone has gone for the Porsche in the GTE field?
The Porsche is a very solid car that can have a lot of momentum into the car as well, and the body roll is very predictable. So the car is very predictable compared to the Lamborghini and also compared to the Audi. But of course, we do not have the Audi at the moment, but the BMW as well, people drive it because it's very stable. And of course, it's a very fast car, and that's the most important.
Yeah. Well then, the GTE cars, can you tell me what is, because I don't know, maybe you know, since you're the driver here. Can you tell me what is different between the GT3 cars and the GTE cars? Because the GT3 cars are around 2.5 to 3 seconds over a lap.
Yeah, the GT3 is very fast. That's the thing, but still the GTE is faster compared, especially with the ABS. The GTE doesn't have ABS on the car, just That's very difficult. Same for traction control as well. So the GTE is very tricky to drive and also very difficult, but it is faster on the straight. It has a little bit more power, and also that's the main reason why it's faster. But it's more difficult to drive as well than the GT3. But of course, with all that, the driver makes the biggest difference in these classes.
Yeah. Well, so you're saying that at a track with more corners and less straights, we are going to see the margin between a GT3 car and GTE car shrink a bit?
Yep, I do think that it's like I do not know it for sure, but still, it's known that the GTE is faster on the straight than GT3s. So I think in Interlagos for the next round, it's going to be closer.
Yeah, well then comes the next thing. The challenge for you, of course, in LMP2 is a little bit easier than a GTE car overtaking a GT3 car. I think they are going to need a little bit of help there from the GT3 cars.
Yes, but still, when the GT3 car knowing that the GTE is faster, because it's a long race, people will let the GTE car more by. But still, if it's on not a useful spot for the GT3 car, they can slam the door and say to them, you need to wait for 2 more corners.
Yeah, definitely. Is that something that you, as an LMP2 driver, have experienced as well? That GT cars just say no, not this time?
Yeah, not this time. Yeah, of course you can see that multiple on the behavior of the driver and on the car as well. And yeah, that's very difficult to manage, but you need to learn from that, and yeah, you need to respect the drivers there on track, so you do not have any useless dive bombs or that kind of things. You do not want that, so you need to be predictable as well as LMP2, but as well also for the slower class cars.
Yeah, Winston, I think if you want to go back to your team, you're free to do so at any moment. Yes. Just give me a hey, I want to go back. I'm tired of your voice.
No, mate. I love to give some insight and as well to commentate here with you on the stream. I'm very happy to do that. So I am now going back to my team. Going to talk the last things through, and I wish you good luck with the stream, and as well see you during the race as well.
Yeah, Winston.
I wish you a lot of fun with the GT3.
Yes.
Because it's going to be close, guys.
Winston, thank you for popping into the commentary booth, and we'll see you, I think, somewhere in the race as well.
Yes, mate. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well done. We move on with the GT3 qualifying. Times have been set at 2:15.5. Currently the time to beat from Fields Academy Motorsports here. Team IRNL, and what are they going to put in? They come across the line to put in a time of... Oh, that is so close as well. Team IRNL, oh, as we have a new purple time. Like I said, it's going to be so close in GT3. 0.02 of a second between P2 and P1 now at the moment. Hashtag Racing GT3, like they have done in I think LMP2 as well. Yes, they have pole position. Are they going to be able to do a double in GT3 and LMP2? 2:15.574 there. Then for hashtag Racing GT3, they are just 0.02 ahead of Fields Academy Motorsports. Behind that, it's iBox Sim Racing Team 4. And they are in third. CDRN Max Speed, they are at the moment in fourth. We have the hashtag Racing GT3 car, the 333 car. Difficult to say. Yeah, tell me something different. Tell me something different, Fowler. Of course, Hugo is fault again. Well, like I said, this is even closer than it has been in the GTE field. In the GTE field, we saw a little bit of a big gap, of course, Winston said it as well. It's so close in every GT class always. These cars are just built for close racing, and like we see now, only 0.02 of a second at the moment, although it is just provisionally. That is the gap between first and second, and that is going to provide a good start as well. At the moment it looks like it's Victor Miranda improving here, but he gets pushed wide onto the grass there. That is not what he wanted. That is gonna be an off track for him as well. Victor Miranda, where is he? He is now gonna improve. He's gonna set a lap time. Lap time is gonna be 2 minutes 17.913. That's gonna put him up into 17th position for Digital Spirits DS Racing. TR Motorsports Pack is currently in 18th position, 2 minute 18.27. Then we have Team Kerstens in 14th. They are on a lap again as well. Now Nick Kerstens in that car. This team is called Team Kerstens because all the drivers in that team are called Team Kerstens, or are called Kerstens with their second name. It's amazing to see all of you guys in the stream at the moment, and make sure all of you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything of what we do. 111 subscribers. Thank you everyone. It means the world to Platinum Racing League and to everyone that is a part of this. What is Nick Kerstens going to do then? Stijn Koster is improving as well, just up ahead of him in the 377 car, the Ludens Racing Team Green car. He is going to come across the line in just a bit of time, and he is going to set a time of, what is it going to be then? It does count, a 2 minutes 50.9. What is Nick Kerstens going to do then? Comes across the line to put in a time of, that lap does not count, sadly. Alberto Gazeppe is improving as well for Fields Academy Motorsports. Purple times for him as well in that Porsche. Coming across the line now, and his time is going to be a 2 minutes 15.549, and that gets him even further ahead of Hashtag Racing GT3. David Vlamsbroek is improving as well. They're in P40 at the moment. Stage 1 Racing Junior. In that beautiful Porsche, that red or yellow and black Porsche, comes across the line to put in the lap time of 2:16.284. That puts him up into 10th. And like we said, the margins are so slim in this class. So slim. Ibach Sim Racing Team 4 now in 6th position. Oh, they go deep into the chicane. Oh, that is going to hamper their lap time. And that is an off track. That was a good lap time as well there for Ibach Sim Racing Team 4. And P9MF Team IRNL. Jamie Mollema now comes across the line. A purple is extra time for him. What is it going to be for him then? Up into 3rd position for Team IRNL Racing. 2:15.783 is his lap time. In 19th position at the moment is Bikes Online DS Racing. Only 4 minutes left for the GT3s to qualify. The BMW here of Bikes Online DS Racing comes across the line in just a little bit of time. Marco Villela is going to come across the line now to put in the time of 2:17.0. P17, that is for him, only 1.5 seconds off of pole position time. That puts him up into 17th position. That just says how close it is. John Sylvester puts TCE Virtual Motorsport second or 2 into 11th position as well. Then Akil Racing Cyan is gonna go up into some higher positions as well. It looks like they're now down into 21st, but they are gonna jump up into 17th as well. YS Motorsports Blue just behind that jumps up to P19 as well. Now Vitor Miranda is 21st for Digital Spirit DS Racing as well. He's gonna come across the line this time round. What is he gonna post? 2 minutes 17.229. 1.6 seconds is the gap from first to 21st position. It is so close in GT3. Hashtag Racing GT3 gonna come across the line in a bit now. Flavio Saturnino comes across the line to pin lap time of 2:15.479. He goes to pole position for Hashtag Racing GT3. And the favor swings into the hands of Hashtag Racing again. Unbelievable lap again there from Hashtag Racing GT3. As we seem to have some technical issues now. And sadly gonna have to give you this screen now. We'll be back in just a little bit of time. Just give me just a second to fix it. My best to fix it as quick as possible. Yes, that fixed it. I think that should have fixed it. Here we are again. Yes, there we are again. Nice. Sorry for that technical issue. Now we have Z Challenger Goliath Racing. It's the only car out on track now. And then we have the qualifying field set as well. Sorry for that technical issue, everyone, but it is fixed now. And they come across the line to put in a lap time of 1:16.146. That is everything they can do. And that says that everyone now is done with their qualifying. And we can run over the starting field as well now. We have a grid, I think, for qualifying done now. But I can't show it to you yet. You're gonna have to do it with some pictures as well now. We'll be right back. Well, here we are then in qualifying, with qualifying behind us now. And what a day it has been for, or what a qualifying it has been for all the cars. Hashtag Racing LMP2 has the pole position for the whole field. And I think that with that lap, they're definitely set for a very, very good race. Of course, all the drivers say that qualifying is not important to them, but it is definitely very, very important to them, because if you qualify in pole position, you can set the pace at the beginning of the race. You can decide when you want to go, and we don't go at the green light signal. That is something you guys have to be aware of. We don't go at the green light signal. The drivers have gotten in the driver's briefing a picture and everything. They've walked through. They've done a practice start. They know where they can go. They know where they can't go. But after the first turn, so La Source hairpin. After that turn, you have a little kink in the road. After that kink, the drivers can go until the end of Eau Rouge. That is the starting zone. So between that zone, the drivers can start, and it's the P1 driver that decides when they start. Let's look if someone, no one at the moment in the waiting channel to get into a broadcast, but that is completely fine. Yes, Team Slow Pace definitely did not have slow pace. They were, I think, second in the GTE field. We will get the result for you in just a minute time as we go back to live pictures as well. Only 2 minutes left until we start the gridding procedure. We have 60 cars to go over, and that is a big, big field. As we see now in the background, of course, some beautiful slow-mo pictures of all the cars. You can see here, at the entry of the chicane, you want the car to slide a little bit in the first part, and then the second part as well, to take as much speed through that as possible. But it's not really benefiting the tires if you do so, though. A lot of different strategies that can be played out today as well. So we go back to some live pictures now as well. We have qualifying done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's qualifying over for everyone. And we have a grid in our pocket now. Let's look at the starting grid for today then. If it wants to show up then. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Well, we have to wait a little bit more. Looks like everyone is out on track, is off track at the moment, but don't know why the timing screen isn't showing the starting grid. Still not showing. Johannes Steffel, I think, buddy, you know when the start will be. I think you know when the start will be. I have a sneaking suspicion that you're in this race. Just a sneaking suspicion that you're in it. But can someone please show me the grid now? Nope, still not. Seems like it is finished though. Well, then we have to wait for 3 minutes or something. We'll just give it those 3 minutes. 1 minute, Marnik says. So that I think that will be 10 seconds from now on. And then we will have the starting grid here for you. Also, you have some beautiful pictures of Eau Rouge here. You can really see how steep it is. And it is even steeper in real life. But the grid we have here then. We have, of course, I think... Yes, hashtag Racing LMP2 on pole position. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue on orange in second position. Marcus Steffel for Austin Sim Racers red in third. Winston Eckel for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue in fourth. Fifth, Rapid E-Racing. As we have some pictures of the car already out on track. Rapid E-Racing Team purple, I think, is in fifth. Sixth, Claymont Speed for my favorite team. Seventh is Kuruma Motorsports. Cabot Blue is in 8th. 9th, Set Challenger. 10th, Austrian Sim Racers Blue. iBox Sim Racing Team 3 and 11. 12th, Delta Motorsports 40. Rapid E-Racing Team, I think orange, that is in 13th position. Well then, Astro Racing is in first in the GTE field. Team Slow Pace in second. Orion Racing Team Pack GTE is in third. Fourth, Astro Racing Majorla. Fifth is Delta Motorsports 1416. JD Sim Racing seventh. .X Esports red. Rudolf Ter Brake is 8th for Eibach Sim Racing Team 2. 9th is Verve Racing Team Black. 10th, WPR Racing. Then we have 11th, we have Crips Racing. 12th, Lewis Racing. And 13th, PM Racing. T3 Motorsports is in 14th. 15th is Eibach Sim Racing 1. Then the GT3 field, hashtag Racing GT3. As we see the cars now pull away then. Fields Racing Academy Motorsports in second. Third, Ludens Racing Green. Fourth, Team IRNL Racing. Very good qualifying for them. Orion Racing Team Pack GT3 in fifth. Sixth, Platinum Racing Team GT3. And I think that is as far as we are going to get with No, we can go in a little bit further then. Eibach Sim Racing Team 4 in 7th. 8th, CDRN Max Speed. 9th, Z Challenger Glide Racing. 10th, David is in 10th for Stage 1 Racing Junior. TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 is in 11th. 12th, ERC powered by FSP. 13th, RD Simsport. 14th, H2 Motorsports. 15th, Austin Sim Racers Orange. Nick Kerstens is in 16th for Team Kerstens, and then Austrian Sim Racers Orange is in 15th. That is the grid for us then, because we don't have more time. This is the LMP2 field at the moment, coming across to the last corner to start their first lap. Here we go. We have a little bit of lag in the server as well. This is not what you want to see. The start is gonna be, and when are we gonna go green is the question. The green flag, if we don't look at that, we look at the P1 driver when he goes, then we go green. And at the moment that doesn't seem to be happening yet. Then it's green for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps for the LMP2 field. And leading the LMP2 for this hashtag Racing Team LMP2, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange is in second for that team. Alongside them is Austrian Sim Racers Red already. Pulling alongside, up the inside they're trying to go. Marcus Steffel is... Oh, as we have some big lag now. This is not what I was hoping for. And I don't know if this is me. I don't hope so. Then let's look onto the GTE field. They have the same as well. I hope this will fix itself shortly. It looks like it has done that now, hopefully. The GT3 field, when are they going to start? Then hashtag Racing Team GT3 in the lead of that as well. It looks like they have started as well now, but I hope this is going to fix itself. This is not what I want to see. And it has fixed itself now, hopefully. The GT3 field then, they are very, very close to each other as well. Alongside there, behind this, is Platinum Racing Team GT. They are alongside Orion Race Team Pack GT3. They gain that position back from them. Into Le Comte they go now, then to Brussels now on the bottom of the hill here. Up the inside is Orion Race Team gonna look then. Not really able to do so. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange is into the lead very early. Hashtag Racing LMP2 has fallen back a little bit in the LMP2 field. 8/10 is the gap already then to hashtag Racing LMP2. ASR Red is currently just behind that. And then we have Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, I think. Yes, I see that correctly. A team that has fallen back very, very hard is Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Still falling back they are. Cabot Racing, or Cabot Blue is in 5th at the moment. Up the inside now trying to go. Platinum Racing Team Blue is my favorite team. Clement Schmid in that car at the moment. I don't know what exactly this is, if this is on my end or if this is the server. I hope it is the server. Otherwise we are going to have some big issues. Garuma Motorsports is just behind that then in 8th position. In 9th at the moment is Benny Moser for ASR Blue. Then Rapid E-Racing Team Orange is just ahead of Ibach Sim Racing Team 3. Oh, we have a crash there for... Who is that? That is Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. And that is not what you want to see so early on in the race. But we are going to look to have to fix these issues. It looks like if we stay now here, that issue is going to fix itself eventually. Nick Jelicic, as I said, he has some big pace in the race as well. 6/10 is the gap still between them. Then let's look on to the GTE field. At the head of the GTE field is Astro Racing ahead of Team Slope. Just behind that is Astro Racing Mayorla. My PC should be able to handle this. It should be all good, and we've tested this before and it was all good. So I think it's just a server issue. I hope so, at least. Astro Racing Mayorla is in 3rd at the moment, just ahead of Orion Race Team Pack GTE. Delta Motorsports 141 is also just behind them as well in 5th position. Very, very close for them as well. It looks to be very, very close in the GT3 field as well. In 2nd place, it's Fields Academy Motorsports. Hashtag Racing GT3 is ahead there of them in 1st position. Team IRNL are in 3rd as well there. And they are keeping close to the back of those two as well. Ludens Racing Green is just behind that as well. They have a little bit of a bigger gap to them, but still in slipstream range they are. Then a little bit of a bigger gap to Ibach Sim Racing Team 4, ASR or EST4. Hannes Reinerman in that car at the moment. And if someone has some fixes for this issue, I hope they do. It's only getting worse now. Hopefully this has fixed it now. Okay, thank you Daniel Weber for that. Some technical issues early on here in the race then. Not what you want to see. But hey, trying to do my best to fix it for you. And hopefully this what I have done now has fixed it. Nick Jelicic is currently first ahead of hashtag Racing LMP2 still. They are very, very close together. ASR Red is just behind that as well. They are very, very close. We have done a stress test already in officials as well. I have done it multiple times. But yeah, it seems like this what I've done now has fixed it. I've opened a lot of tasks and I then tried to stream it as well, but it has fixed as they're now catching up to the first round of traffic, it looks like. Hashtag Racing LMP2 just behind still Austrian Sim Race Fast. They have fallen back quite far. It's only 8 tenths at the head of the field, but then behind that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue is just behind them, catching up to the first GT3 now. My favorite team is currently 5th. Clement Schmid in that car. He looked very, very fast in practice yesterday and Thursday, but he not really able to show that now. These guys are falling back from the leaders a little bit. In GTE, it's still Astro Racing ahead of Team Slow Pace. Then it's Astro Racing Majorla just behind that in P3. Of course, all Porsches, these cars. D3 Motorsports in the only BMW GTE is up into 13th position at the moment of the 16 GTE cars you have. So they're not doing too bad as well. Hashtag Racing GT3 is at the head of the GT3 field. Just had very close, these guys still of Fields Academy Motorsports. And Team IRNL are just behind that as well. Jamie Mollema in that car now for Team IRNL. It's very, very close still in GT3. Hopefully this has fixed it now. Ludens Racing Green is in 4th position. They're just falling back a little bit from the top 3. But the LMPs are going to come through the traffic any moment now. I think next lap or something they will catch up to the traffic. And it looks like Platinum Racing Team Orange is the first one to do so. Hashtag Racing LMP2 now falling back, but slowly but surely it is Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange creating that gap. Nick Jelicic in that car showing the pace he had in practice as well consistently. ASR Red is just behind this as well. Austin Sim Races, they have shown their pace in numerous events as well for Platinum Racing League. They are a very strong lineup as well. Now looking to pressurize hashtag Racing LMP2. Not really looking for an overtake this early on in the race. Now looks like it's going to be Nick Jelicic catching onto the traffic. As the first one now, you can see up Eau Rouge they go, catching up to the traffic very early here in the lap, and that is very close. Very, very close there on the exit of Eau Rouge. Oh, I think we have our first victim there at the back of the field. Looks like that was hashtag Racing LMP2. Yes, they do have some damage. Hashtag Racing LMP2 has some big damage. It looks like Rui Queiroz is in that car. Not really able to see what happened exactly to him. But he has some big damage on the left hand side of that car, and he's going to drop back massively now. They were definitely a car able to win this race, and you can see now how difficult it is getting through the traffic. And up the inside he goes now. It's so difficult for all these LMP cars to get through the traffic cleanly, especially the first round through the traffic. The GT3s and the GTEs are going to be so close to each other still. Catching up into Blanchimont now to a Porsche GTE, and it looks like the ASR Red boys have caught up to Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange, and Nicky Ellis is just a little bit worse off there in the traffic than the Austin Sim Racers red car driven by Marcus Steffel. As we are already 12 minutes into this race. It's not a lot, of course. 6 hours to go in, or 5 hours still to go in this race. Oh, it's very close for Platinum Racing Team Orange. And they come here onto the Camel's Fate. This is going to be the chance then for ASR Red to make the overtake work here on the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange car. And that is gonna happen just a little bit faster to the traffic, it seems like, as Marcus Steffel and ASR Red. And now there is a lead chase. ASR Red, can they now eke out that lead through the traffic like they've done so often? Because you can see here, hashtag is just a little bit more comfortable through the traffic. Leaders are on the outside. Is he gonna try it? Not really a place to do it, but he did sneak up in there. Oh, and that GTE gets absolutely bullied. Up the inside of the Piff Puff then. Not really a place to do it. Up the inside. Oh, and he kills the GT. That was just a little bit too far back there from the leader, Marcus Steffel. And that is another kill we've witnessed there. Not something you want to see here. And that is something that is not going to be noticed by race control, and they are going to get a penalty for that, I think. Nothing the GT3 could do there. But I'm just really gutted that for some reason the stream is giving these weird flashes, and I wish I could fix it, but something outside of my ability to do so now. I hope it's going to go away the longer the race goes on. Marcus Steffel now then. He leads the race still. And I think it has been some net code there. I'm just really gutted about that this is happening. I do not have a lot open at the moment. So this should not happen. This should never happen. But the leaders, the lead has switched around now. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange is in the lead again now. I haven't seen why that happened, because I'm looking at to try and fix these lag spikes we get. My favorite team is in third still in the LMP2 field. The leader in the GTE field, the lead there is still very, very close between P1 and P2. Astral Racing is ahead of Team Slow Pace. They're looking to do the same as is going on in LMP2, maybe take a gamble and take note of some traffic and then use the traffic to get past, if possible, into the slipstream. He is now, Javier Chaves is now under attack from Mats Lund Jensen in the Team Slow Pace car. Of course, some fuel safe strategy comes into play as well here at Spa. These cars to make it round, maybe 6 hours is maybe just enough to do 5 pit stops if you can save 10 minutes of fuel every time. Pit stops are going to be around a minute or so, and the laps or the minutes you can do is around 65 for the normal fuel tank in GTE, GT3 as well. LMP2 is going to be something like 40 minutes on a fuel tank, but it's very, very close between the leaders here now of this GT field. Astro Racing Majola in 6, also very, very close to the back of Delta Motorsports. This gap will widen though, hopefully it will stay like this for the whole race, so we can have the whole race with some excitement as well. But Yacil Hernandez in that car at the moment. He is in the slipstream now of the car ahead of the Delta Motorsports, hashtag 141. Looking to make a move at the inside maybe of the bus stop chicane, not really. The gaps have widened a little bit. Now at the head of the GTE field is now 3 cars very, very close to each other. Orion Race Team PEC or PAC GTE very close now to the back of Team Slow Pace. And Astro Racing as well now. Up through Eau Rouge they go to complete another lap as well. You almost jumped the course, so you get really light at the top of the hill. But it looks like the Orion Race Team PAC GTE has had a very good run onto the back of Team Slow Pace. They are. Is he going to try and pull out of the slipstream, do something up the inside? Not really. Both getting closer to the back of that Astro Racing car as well. If you are a driver in the live stream as well now and you want to pop in, pop in or get into the waiting room, and I'll get you into the commentary booth as soon as possible. Sadly, not a screen for you to share because then the stream will die again. In the GTE field, it looks like it's hashtag Racing GT3 still at the head of that. They are building a lead now of 1.9 seconds at the moment. Two seconds is the gap back to Fields Academy Motorsports. Just behind them is Team IRNL. Team iRacing Netherlands is just behind them. Just behind that in the Lamborghini as well. This is Z Challenger Goliath Racing. Leading the M class in 7th is at the moment CDRN Max Speed in the BMW. Rick Willemsen in that car at the moment. Leading the M class in GTE at the moment, it looks to be Eibach Sim Racing Team 1 in 9th position they are. It looks like they are clear of everyone else. 2 seconds behind them is the next GTE M car. Last at the moment is Platinum Racing Team GT3 Thomas Jensen. They are 17 seconds behind TR Motorsport, but catching. ERC powered by FSP TV Rijnland Rhineland is in the middle of, is on the head of this little club of drivers. It's AS, it seems to be also Sim Racers Orange, AS are orange, and behind that it's RD Sim Sports. In the GT3 class, this is for 9th position, this battle, and still very, very close in these early stages of the race. Now looking to go past here into the bus stop chicane, maybe pulling up to the back of him in the slipstream is the Austin Sim Racers orange car. Up the inside of the bus stop, maybe then looking for a move, not really happening. Also defending from the RD Sim Sport car behind that as well. As we have the P8 already in the pit lane. Hashtag Racing GT3. So these guys move up just a position. And these positions will settle just in a little bit of time. At the head of the LMP2 field, they have caught up to the next round of traffic again. Nick Jelisic still in first position, it looks like. It looks like he's building out that lead just a little bit. Austin Sim Racers Red just getting unlucky with traffic at some point. Marco Steffel still in that car. They are 22 minutes into their stint, halfway through, something like that, until they have to pit for their first pit stop. Cardboard Blue is in 5th, currently clear of everyone else. The gaps in LMP2 are very, very, they have quite big gaps already to all of them. Delta Motorsports in 11th and 12th, Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, they are very close to each other still. But Hashtag Racing LMP2 is still in the pits. They are 4 laps behind. They're behind everyone, even in the GT and GT3 class. They have been in the pits for 10.5 minutes already. That is not something you want to see this early on in the race. But very, very close between these guys as well. Z Challenger, Collide Racing, GoPro ahead of these Delta Motorsports 40 car. Oh, with a bad exit there now, maybe. Can they do something? Up to Eau Rouge then. Don't catch up too early, or you have to go side by side through Eau Rouge if you want to do something. On the back of him, almost pushing him through Eau Rouge. Onto the Camel Straight they come now. Absolutely all over him is Matthijs Lauren de Jong here from Delta Motorsports. He's going to have to go around the outside of the Z Challenger Glide Racing car. And he's not going to be able to do so. Is he able to do so? Yes, he is. Beautiful move there by Matthijs Lauren de Jong around the outside of Lecombe. Beautiful move, and that gives him P10. And now behind him it's Rapid E-Racing looking to get that position from the Z Challenger Goliath Racing car as well. This is the office from Justin van der Linde in the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. All so close, but it ebbs and flows in this LMP2 class, of course. But of course, oh, getting unlucky with the traffic now, and that has allowed Z Challenger Glide Racing GoPro to get through. Oh, but they're around the outside, trying to go around the outside. Very, very close to each other. Are they going to go side by side through Blanchimont? They are not going to do this early on in the race, or are they? No, they are not. Thinks the better of it, lifts then into the bus stop chicane, maybe not really able to do so. But that is smart driving by Justin van der Linde. And it looks like Delta Motorsports have the pace to catch up to Rapid E-Racing ahead of him. Rapid E-Racing Team Orange, that is. Those cars now. Nick Jerisic leading the race for the LMP2 field. Javier Shave still leading the race, and still only less than a second between the top 3 of the GTE field. That has been unchanged for a couple of laps now. I think since the start of the race this has been unchanged. But still in first position is Javier Chaves, looking to build out that lead just a little bit now. So we have almost a half hour done, as here comes Winston Eckel through the GTE field for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. He has to go around the outside. That is not really an easy place to do it, and that is gonna lose the Fields Academy Motorsports some time, or the Astro Racing Team sometime. Into the slipstream now is Team Slowpace. And this is all courtesy of Winston Eckel getting through there in that place. This is not the Astro Racing car slowing down all of a sudden. Now maybe into the bus chicane, there is a chance for Team Slowpace to do something, but they choose to fuel safe, and that almost makes them vulnerable to the Orion Race Team Pack GTE behind them. But a beautiful, beautiful livery by Team Astro Racing. A team in the GT3 field that is doing very good as well as Team Kerstens. They are still very, very close to the guys ahead of him and still stayed out of trouble. P15 for them then in the GT3 field. Also picking up some positions that other guys lost by just not being able to make it cleanly through the first laps. Of course, you will always have some cars that will take damage, and with the iRacing damage model, the damage will be very big. But at the head of the LMP2 field is Marcus Steffel catching up to Nick Jelesic then. Nick Jelesic getting some traffic here into no-name corner. That's going to lose him some time again, and Marcus Steffel will get that traffic into Puon. But he will get it before Puon. It will compromise his run a little bit, but not as much as Nick Jelesic did. And that is what I said, it will ebb and flow a little bit between Nick Jelesic and Marcus Steffel. But this is a fight that I think will go on for at least another half an hour of being so close to each other. Well then, as we almost have half an hour done of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps and the Platinum Endurance Championship. First race of the season. Definitely something to look out for. Astro Racing, it's so close in every top of the standings here for the race at the moment. And I'm so much looking forward to what the drivers can do. It's so close everywhere in every class. In GT3, in GTE, it's so close. In GT3, it's the top 4 within 2 seconds after more than half an hour of racing. Nick Jelesic into the pits now. Is that going to be strategy for Platinum Team LMP2 Orange, or is that just some damage there? We don't hope so. Maybe a drive-through or something, but not really something that they did take into account. Of course, the Platinum Racing Team GT3 team had that drive-through at the beginning of the race for having the incorrect number on the car. So they're catching up to the back of the TR Motorsports PEC now as well. Alberto Casapo is at the moment leading the class for Fields Academy Motorsports. And it can only go down from here on in. As we look at the overall standings now then. As we see in LMP2, the gaps are starting to eke out just that little bit. Nick Jelesic, the first one to make a pit stop, is in 12th now. He will have some clean air. He will have some time to fight through the traffic on his own, but he is now plumb lost. We're gonna see the strategies play out as well over the course of these 6 hours. Maybe someone is in the waiting room. No, no one is in the waiting room at the moment. So we're gonna have to do it with. You're gonna have to do it with my annoying voice. For now, still no drivers in the waiting room to get into the commentary booth at the moment. I will check every 10 minutes or so if someone is in there, and then we'll maybe get someone in here to talk about the racing stuff happening. Austrian Sim Racers Blue, they are in 5th at the moment. Both ASR cars going very, very well in the LMP2 field. 1st and 5th at the moment, of course. The ASR Blue car getting that position from Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue is a team that won't be there at the beginning of the race. There are definitely guys that are faster on the pace over one stint. But the overall team from Platinum Racing Team Blue is very, very fast. They are within a few tenths of each other. All those guys, Barry Oosterveer, Winston Eckel and Vincent Osams in that car. They are so close to each other. So they are looking very, very strong here early on in the race. I'm gonna give you a lap around the circuit in just a little bit of time with Winston Eckel. Let's see how he navigates through the traffic then. He has some big traffic up ahead of him. The gap ahead of him at the moment is 4.9 seconds. 5 seconds. That gap is eking out just a little bit. We will see bigger gaps form between every driver, of course, over the course of this 6 hours. But at the end of every endurance race, like we've seen so far this season with every real race event as well, it gets closer and closer to the end when the strategy plays out as well. But as you can hear, Winston Eckel saving fuel very, very much here. They have a very special strategy up their sleeves. I got informed by one of their drivers, so let's see where they're going to come out at the end of the 6 hours. We are over a half hour done at the moment in the first hour, and we've seen some beautiful racing as well. Of course, everything so close still in every field. As we get the usual stutter for a few seconds again. Team IRNL in the GT4 field just behind Team Ludens Racing Green. At the moment is Xavier still in the lead of the GT3. Fields Academy Motorsports is just behind that. Then we have Ludens Racing Green, and then just behind that we have Team IRNL. This has been so close for so many laps now, and it still is very, very close. And I'm sorry already, with 60 cars out on track at the moment, I am gonna miss something. It will be inevitable that I will miss something, but I'm doing my best to make this as enjoyable as possible. Sadly, we have the stream issues, but I will definitely fix that for the next event, and hopefully before the next couple of hours that you guys will be with me, hopefully. Kevin Vu is now into the lead of the GT3 field. Alberto Casapo is in second, 3/10 behind that, but it looks like Kevin Vu has gotten past and has the pace to pull away. He has been a very fast driver. Z Challenger Goliath Racing is a very, very strong team. At least Kevin Vu is a very strong driver in that team, as we see there. 6/10 faster than Alberto behind him, but only a few hundreds faster than Stijn Koster in P2. as we have some LMP2s now coming through the field again. Of course, the LMP2s are pretty spread out already in this field. But it is, of course, gonna keep spreading out over the course of the 6 hours. We're gonna see some beautiful battles, of course, and I'm very much looking forward to show you guys how everything is getting on over the course of the 6 hours. Because yes, you are gonna have to stick with me, with only me, for 6 hours. Sadly for you guys. No second commentator yet in this stream, so it's all me for the time being. Kevin Vu, what a job he has done for Z Challenger Racing. He's building out that lead. Now Kevin Vu has gotten to the front of the field. Alberto Casapo is getting a little bit further away from... They're both getting further away from Stijn Koster as well. That gap is building now, though. Stijn Koster has dropped some pace. But leading the AND class is CDRN Max Speed in 5th position overall in the GT3 class at the moment. TCE2, how is TCE2 getting on? I have to find them first. I'm going to try and find them for you. TCE Virtual Motorsports 2, they are in 7th at the moment in the GT3 class. If you want to have me show your team, you can just ask it in the chat and I'll have a quick update about how your team is doing. They're in 7th at the moment. TCE Virtual Motorsports, 2.5 seconds is the gap to the next car in 6th position, Orion Race Team Pack GT3, and the gap behind them to Austrian Sim Racers Orange is at the moment almost 5 seconds. So eking out that lead just little by little. 37 minutes done, as we are looking now to see the first pit stops happening in the LMP2 field. iBox Sim Racing Team 3 is currently into the pit lane as well. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple and Team Orange are into the pit lane. Austrian Sim Racers Red can still continue. Of course, we saw Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange into the pit lane very, very early on in the race already. So that is definitely something to look forward to for that team, where they can come out. And it's definitely something I want to see where they're going to come out, because it looks like they're 2.5 seconds back of Z Challenger Goliath Racing. But it doesn't look like they are within that minute of the Austrian Sim Racers Red team. But still, Markus Steffel, can he continue again? No, he is going to come into the pit lane now. Just as is my favorite team. Are they going to come into the pit lane as well now? Yes, they are. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue with Winston Eckel. Is he going to come to the pit lane as well now? Yes, with fuel saving. Cannot continue a lap further. Joost Bouwmeester, can he continue a lap further? No, he can't. Austrian Sim Racers Blue, can he continue then a lap further? It looks like he can't as well. Karuma Motorsports as well, can they continue? No, they can't. Then we have Z Challengers with a big cap as well. It looks like they've been into the pit lane already, and if that is the case, they've come out ahead of Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange. They made a very early pit stop as well. But I'm gonna look where Austrian Sim Racers Red is gonna come out. It looks like they've made their pit stop already. And they are now onto pit lane as well. Into the fast lane they go. And now making their way on to the racetrack again then. No, they're now into their pit box. And where is the... Oh no, Platinum Racing Team LMP2. Oh, they had to serve a drive-through. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange had to serve a drive-through. That is why they fell back so massively, and a drive-through at this track is so punishing. One of the longest pit lanes in the world, this track. But yeah, let's look where Austin Sim Racers Red is going to come out. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue is just behind them as well, I think. I think Austin Sim Racers Red will have a clean track ahead of them. Yes, definitely they will. And through that pit stop cycle, they have managed to eke out a gap of 7 seconds. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, they are now still in third. Oh, coming out of the pit lane, directly behind some slower GTE cars. They are now overtaking the Team Kersten's car in the GT3 class. And they are getting held up here. Nowhere where the Eibach Sim Racing T3 car can go in the GTE field. But Winston Eccles still in that car. He stayed in that car, of course. I think that they will move drivers with the tires as well. But Austin Sim Racers Red came out of that pit stop cycle to the good, but they are now in some traffic as well. Some big traffic. They get a big snap out of the piff puff there. But they're now through as well. 8.1 seconds is the gap to my favorite team in second position with that beautiful rainbow zebra livery. Cabor Blue is in fourth position at the moment. Austin Sim Racers Blue is still in fifth position after the pit stop cycle. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange coming out of the pit lane just now. They have lost a lot with that drive-through they had. I'm confused that Austin Sim Racers Red currently don't have a penalty for the incident that happened in the first couple of laps. But that is not my decision to make. Of course, catching into some traffic here on Eau Rouge as well then. Looking onto the lead in the GTE field, still Xavier Chaves in first position for Astro Racing. The gap to P3 has built up a little bit, but the gap to P2 Team Slow Pace is still 2 tenths. They have been so close for the whole race now, and if this stays like this for the entirety of the race, but it is going to be broken up here by my favorite team car, but that favorite is going to get back into the hands of the slow pace team car as well. Now maybe up the inside something, no, that he's not going to be able to do so. Xavier Chaves is still behind him, or is still ahead of the team slow pace car. Orion Race Team Pack GTE is just behind them as well, as Winston Eccles now tries to get past here of the Orion Race Team car, but he has to stick behind him. Winston Eccles doesn't like sticking behind GTE or GT3 cars. He likes to dive bomb sometimes. He calls it a PRL dive bomb, but he doesn't do that this time round because it isn't a smart thing to do with still 5 hours and 15 minutes to go in this race. Let's look if someone is in the waiting room. Yes, we have someone in the waiting room, and we have Cameron White currently in the commentary booth. Welcome, Cameron.
Hello.
Cameron, your team, tell me about how it's been for your team in the first couple of minutes here in the PEC.
We've prepared quite a bit over the past week. We've put in consistently probably the most amount of laps of any car in practice, but unfortunately during the last practice, 3 hours before the race, our starting driver was having some shifting issues, and we had a hard time just qualifying, so the fact that we made the start was surprising. But even that, towards the end of the first lap, we were having shifter issues, so I had Shay come in, and then as soon as I got out, not only I was getting like obliterated by all the traffic. I was lagging quite a bit.
Yeah.
Australian internet isn't that good in the end.
Yeah, well, that is sad to hear. Was it just a wheel issue, or was it an issue in the game that he couldn't shift?
You'll have to ask him. He's next in the waiting room, but he said he's torn down this whole wheel, and he even told me just now he's gonna fully rebuild it. So hopefully it doesn't happen again at Interlagos. But yeah, I don't know at the moment.
So is he gonna be? He's not gonna be able, if I hear that correctly, to drive again in this race.
We already came out 4 laps down, and when I thought I was clear of traffic, but the leaders in GT3 were closing in surprisingly quickly, like half to a full second a lap. I'm just like, I'll just be traffic to them. Like, obviously that's the idea. It's endurance. It's an endurance race, but to be not even past the first hour and to be that slow and off pace. I get we're an AM car, but I don't know. I just felt a bit embarrassing, honestly. And I wish I could be better, but I don't know what more I can do. So we're gonna park it up for now.
Well, I think that is our first retirement then in the race. Sad to hear you guys retire, but yeah, that's racing sometimes, and it happens.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, like, yeah, it happens. You get your good moments and you get your bad, and that just hopefully means we'll be good in the next round.
Yeah, definitely. With racing, it is, the highs are very high and the lows are very low, like we said so often. And this is definitely a very low point for you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's look onto the Akil Cyan Racing car then in Interlagos and see if they can do better in that round. I definitely wish you guys the best of luck there.
Yes, thank you, and happy commentating.
Thank you.
See ya.
See you. Well, we'll get Shea in the commentary booth then. Shea, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. With you, I've heard not so good.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's about how it's going. I first lap and through qualifying started having some wheel issues, as Cameron said earlier.
Yeah. Is it, because I had to ask you, is it a wheel issue or is it just an issue in the game?
It seems I'm pretty confident that it's a wheel issue. I have a custom built wheel that is usually pretty reliable. However, in this case, it seems that something's gone wrong. So as I was listening, I heard Cameron say that yeah, I'm gonna completely tear it down, completely rebuild it. Hopefully by Interlagos we'll be in good shape.
Yeah. You build steering wheels often yourself?
Sometimes. This one was a long-term project since I switched from a Thrustmaster setup to a Fanatec setup. But this one's been pretty reliable overall. I mean, I hadn't had any issues through about 400 laps of practice we did through the free practice sessions. So I'm not sure why this came on today, and it's just pretty unfortunate, but I guess all you can do is move on and look towards the future.
Yeah, I think with iRacing not having mechanical issues, I said that in the beginning of the stream, and Winston said we have computers and everything, but Winston didn't take into account that your wheel can fail as well. So that is definitely a mechanical issue that can happen in the real car as well. Sometimes you just have problems with shifting, and that is either a case of, is the steering wheel bad? Is it electronics? Because in these days, of course, the gearbox is shifting. Yeah, it gets an electronic pulse. That is how it shifts. Or is it just a problem in the gearbox? I think that is what happened today as well. It's that it's not in the real car.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but all you can do is look at it, look forward, and hopefully I can fix it before the next one. We can try to get some good points in there.
Well, Shea, thank you for the interview. I hope you get it fixed before Interlagos, and I wish you guys good luck out there.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the interview.
Well, that is sad to hear that we have our first retirement today in the form of the Akil Racing Cyan car but that is how it goes sometimes. Some mechanical issues in the steering wheel for them. Kevin Vu is at the moment still in the lead of the GT3 class, but it's so close still. All the drivers, they are almost within a second. 4 drivers within a second for so long now. And yeah, this is what PEC is all about. Close racing, and yeah, this is what we like. Team IRNL still behind that as well in the form of Jamie Mollema. They are now coming up to their first pit stop cycle in just under 10 minutes to go, I think. They will be pitting round right around the hour, I think. Now going around the outside is the LMP2 car ASR. There we have him. I think that is the blue car. The number 42 car from ASR. But Team IRNL just for their last of this big group of GT3 cars. And it's going to take some traffic, I think, to break these guys apart, because with the slipstream and them being so just the same in the corners as well, being able to race so closely in the corners, it is the courtesy of when can you break the slipstream to get the guys out of that and then just build your gap. But that has not happened at the moment. To P5 it's 5.3 seconds, and that should, and behind that then it's Orion Race Team Pack GT3 just very close behind them as well, but they now get some traffic. The BMW now definitely not bad, this BMW in the GT3 field. In the GTE field it's the T3 Motorsports Team Manatee Pack GTE car in last position in the GTE class at the moment. Or no, second to last position, I'm lying there. They are in 15th. 34 seconds back to everyone else, and I think that there is a reason they have picked the Porsche, like you can see now. This BMW, because I'm sure it's not only the drivers that are this. I mean, 34 seconds is quite big already, but yeah, that is risky sometimes. As we have a big battle now going on between Delta Motorsports and Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 up the inside. Now they go, and they get past 2 teams there. Eibach Sim Racing Team 1 just behind that as well, overtaking some GT3 cars now as well. But Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 does get past Delta Motorsports 1 for 1 here. And they're now up into 6th position. They can chase down .X Racing ahead of them now. They're not too far ahead of them. It's only 1 second now. They're catching up to them. They have a bent rear wing. The .X Esports red car. Looks like they had some kind of a spin as well. Some kind of accident happened to them that bent their rear wing. But it isn't really looking to affect their performance that much, since it looks like they have still very good pace over the Eibach Sim Racing T2 car. The gap is increasing now, but on the straights I think that is where they are going to struggle. The gap is coming down now, but not as fast as I thought it would. It is actually going up now, the gap, which is very surprisingly. Of course, this car has slipstream now from a GT3 car. Here you see that superior straight line speed, but behind that it's Delta Motorsports 1 for 1 going up the inside of Eibach Racing Team 2. And they get past them. Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 now trying to go and get them back up the inside, not really able to do so. And that is Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 back into 7th position. Really good battle to see here. But at the front of the GTE field, it looks like this battle has. The gap is just a little bit bigger now. It's not within a second anymore. It is Astro Racing in first position ahead of Team Slow Pace. And it's Javier Shaves who has built out that gap to almost 4 seconds. Mats Lund Jensen is behind him now. And that has really happened through the GT through the GT3 traffic. The 484, I have to find it first, and then I can say how they're getting on. The 484, sadly, the YS Motorsport Red, they are out of this race. They are a retirement as well. I think so, at least. Yes, they are a retirement as well, the 484 BMW. But at the head of the GT3 field, it's very, very close as well. As here we go, here we get the normal stylus again. These guys are just gonna have to live with it. There's nothing I can do with it now. I will have to fix that for the next event at Interlagos. Francorchamps is in the lead of the GT3 field. We'll stick with the GT3 field and the GTE field in a bit, because they will have some pit stops to cope with in just a second. I see some LMP2s now coming through there, and some GTEs as well, lapping them now at round about the hour. So they're going to be lapped somewhere around 5 to 6 times in the span of this 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We almost have the first hour done, and it almost flew by like it was nothing. But still, at the head of the GT3 field, the top 4 cars are within 2 seconds of each other, which is, in my opinion, very, very close. We have the Team IRNL car now, side by side almost, with the Fields Academy Motorsports car. Jamie Mollema now just behind him now, looking to find a way past him. He has been in that 4th position for quite some time now, but the gap to P1 and P2 is eking out just that little bit, and that is what I said. It's really GTE traffic doing that to them. Yes, definitely the GT3 battle is immense, definitely. But now catching up to the back of him into the slipstream, here he goes now. Under 2 tenths the gap is now. But it looks like they're fuel saving just that little bit to go that lap longer, and then in that gap make the difference to get out ahead of them into the pit stop. And if they're able to do so, that could be big. But now the GTE traffic now catching up to the back of the Z Challenger Goliath Racing Skull Candy car. They lost some time with that as well. They're now right back into the slipstream as well. And I think the leading car, the Ludens Racing green car, will have a little bit more of luck with the GTE traffic catching up to them on the straight. Yes, they will give that position to them now. The GTE cars, of course, having that superior straight line speed. Now sniffing some of that slipstream as well. No one in the waiting room anymore. Let's look onto the lead in the LMP2 field, and the Austrian Sim Racers red car is still in the lead there. They have built out that lead to around 10 or 11 seconds there. As the GTEs are pitting as well now. We will go back to them in just a minute. iBox Sim Racing Team 3 are in pit lane as well again now. Ten seconds is the gap to the My Favorite Team car. The My Favorite Team car looks absolutely gorgeous, I think, at the moment, with that zebra and rainbow livery. Absolutely gorgeous to look at. And we have the Platinum Racing Team LMP3 or LMP2 blue car. They're in 3rd position, the number 17 car. Of course, you can see that by the 3 lights that are lit up on the side of the car. Cardboard Blue is at the moment in 4th. They are getting on very well as well. 10 seconds is the gap to the Platinum Racing Team. LMP2 Blue car ahead of them. ASR Blue is in 5th position at the moment. Benny Moser in that car. Karuma Motorsports just behind. This is a good battle to look at as well. It will go to the GT field. Fields Academy Motorsports and Team IRNL, like I said, they have saved fuel and they can go a lap longer, and this is absolutely traffic. This is a traffic jam, and this is not going to gain them any time whatsoever. And this is not good for the for the strategy for them. Team IRNL gets shoved out wide there by, I think, the Ibach Sim Racing car. Yes, that is the no, it's the Fields Academy Motorsports car that also gets shoved out wide there, and that is a kill. Another kill by the Ibach Sim Racing Team car. But can we finally get the LMP2 car in shot now? No, we can't for some reason. We have Jamie Mollema now. That has lost them time. If they would have pitted last time out, it was an absolute traffic jam there on the pit exit there of or coming up to the exit of Eau Rouge Radion. There's some smoke there as well. Not what you want to see. Car has gone off there, and it looks like that is the Team Kersten's car. Yes, they have damage. Here they are limping back to the pits with some damage. Is the Team Nick Kersten's car trying to stay out of the way of everyone else who is getting across that as well. I can't see any visible damage to that car. Might it just be that that car is out of fuel, that they've miscalculated the fuel? That could be a thing as well. Maybe they've miscalculated the fuel, because I can't see any visible damage to that car as well. And it might just be that they will have to limp back to the pit lane with low fuel settings as well. Oh, as they go around here then. Of course, gold tires, and they will not have to wait until they get back into the pit lane. There they go. Onto pit lane. That team goes. Nick Herstens in that car. And let's look what happened here. Coming into the bus stop chicane. Suddenly he found the speed again, and then into the pit. Yeah, that is just a little bit too much speed into the bus stop chicane. And then you sadly spin around. To the pit lane they go. Let's look onto the lead of the GTE or from the GT3 class then. Team IRNL in that car at the moment. 1 minute 20 was the gap to the hashtag racing GT3 car. They will have lost some time, definitely, because they had some contact on their out lap or on their in lap, which is sad to see, of course. Let's look where they get out. Here is the Team IRNL car. Ludens Racing Team car. They will definitely get out far ahead of them. They are still in the pits. They will have some damage to repair as well. I think Fields Academy Motorsports comes out of the pit lane now. They accelerate now. We look at the Eau Rouge Radion exit. There they are. It's going to be so close on pit exit. There goes the Ludens car. On pit exit, there it is. The Z Challenger Glide car comes out ahead of them as well. And there you can see the amount of time that they have lost getting into the pit lane on their in-lap. They've lost a tremendous amount of time with their in-lap, it being so busy on the exit of the pit lane. I'm sorry for the lag. I can't do anything about it. I wish I could. I would have immediately done it, but we sadly have to live with it. Ludens Racing though still in the lead, and this is where the difference is going to be made through the traffic. How you lap people and how you get lapped, that is where this multi-class race is going to be won or lost. Not on pure pace, but on how you get lapped, how you can get lapped and lose a minimum amount of time. The team IRNL car, where are they? They're still in the pit lane with damage. That is sad to see. They were a team that were very high up into the ranks, of course, at the start of the race. We have the first hour done of this 6-hour journey. They are still in the pit lane, repairing some damage, sadly. Stijn Koster is still leading for the Ludens Racing Team Green. Then we have the Z Challenger Goliath Racing Team, Kevin Vu. He seems to have lost that place in the pit stop cycle. We can look at the strategy. I think here we have the pit strategy as well. We can see here when people have pitted. We can do this for every class as well. Team IRL looks to be out of the pit lane as well now. We'll go over the leaders or the top 3 of every class now. At the end of every hour, or your hourly race update here still. Your hourly race update sponsored by Platinum Racing League, msdrops.nl. It's also the Sim Races Red in first position at the moment, coming up to a second pit stop. It's Marcus Steffel still in that car. He has started the race for that team as well. Then we have my favorite team in second position, catching up over the course of the stint. 2 seconds caught up. It doesn't sound like much. It doesn't sound like much, but it is something. If you do that every stint, because it's only almost a half stint, so 4 seconds gained over that stint, then maybe at the end, if you do that every time, you eke out a gap over 6 hours of somewhere around, I think, 40 seconds. 30-40 seconds, so that is pretty big in endurance racing, but they will have to do that every time over and over again. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue are in third. Here they are, Winston Eccles still in that car, the master of fuel saving they call him. He is currently in third. Fourth is Cowboy Blue, just missing out of that top 3 spot. So they are trying to make their way up. 13 seconds is the gap to the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Then in GTE, Astro Racing is leading ahead of Team Slow Pace. That gap has stood the same for, I think, half an hour now. 3 seconds is the gap to Matlund Jensen from Team Slow Pace. Behind him it's Orion Race Team Pack GTE. 9 seconds to the leader is their gap, and just missing out on the top 3 of the overall class in GTE is Team .X Esports Red with a bent rear ring, so definitely good for them, that place. Then the lead in the GTE AM class is currently for the Crips Racing team. They have been on it absolutely the whole time. 5th place there in overall. They're in 1st place of the AM class. They are somewhere around 15 seconds ahead of the next AM car, PM Racing Esports. They are 2nd in the GTE AM class, and 11th is at the moment 3rd in the GTE AM class, Mark Koida for Eibach Sim Racing Team 1. Then looking on to the GT3 field, Z Challenger Goliath Racing Skull Candy has taken back the lead from Ludus Racing Team Green. Kevin Vu in that car. He is a very, very quick driver. That is his 2nd hour in that car. And then we have Ludus Racing Team Green in 2nd position there. We had the Team IRNL car just behind this as well, but they got hit by an LMP2 car at Les Combes on their in lap. They went a lap longer, and when they came over the crest of Eau Rouge Radion, they were suddenly surprised by a lot of traffic ahead of them. They are now trying to overtake the Team Kersten's car, or lap the Team Kersten's car. They have had some bad luck as well. Maybe someone of their team is watching. They can get into the waiting room and we'll walk over with them as well. In the 3rd in the GT3 class, and catching up to the back of all of these cars is Fields Academy Motorsports. They have now officially caught up to the back of Z Challenger Racing Skull Candy and Ludus Racing Team Green. It's Alberto Casapo in that car now. He is very, very quick. He is catching up to those drivers as well, as we have the My Favorite Team car coming through there now on the outside of Blanchemont. He's going to try it on the inside. Yes, there he gets through there. That is such a difficult move to do there. But then 1st in the GT3 Anfield and 7th in the overall field is Leonard Ziegler for ERS, powered by FSP TV Rhineland Yellow. They are doing a very good job, but it's very close still. 40 seconds back of that, 40 seconds back of that is TCE Virtual Motorsports in 8th position overall and 2nd position in the GT3 AM class. TCE Virtual Motorsport 2 is driven by John Sylvester, that car. Well, Chris Walker, your team has done amazingly so far, but it's not over yet. Only 1 hour done, so still 5 hours to go. Stage 1 Racing Junior, they're in 9th overall and on the back of the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. And they are looking to overtake them. But it's a very big field, this GT3 field. But yeah, it's really, really, really close in all the fields and in all the categories as well. As we have Lewis Greg waiting in the waiting room. We'll get him in here in a minute. well then we'll get him in. We'll get the driver from Crips Racing into the commentary booth. Welcome, Lewis.
Yeah, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Your car is doing great as well, like we could see in the hourly update. And yeah,
Yeah,
going strong.
it's going well. I did not expect when I woke up this morning to be leading this race. It was something that I don't think any of us were expecting. We were expecting to be probably top 5, I think, but to be leading the AM class is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you are top 5. You're top 5 overall, so still that what you thought you would achieve is coming through at the moment. Just in another class.
Yeah, just in the wrong class.
Well, the wrong class. I mean, getting 5th overall is yeah. I don't think
Yeah,
that's in the wrong
pretty cool
class.
thing to say.
It's absolutely meant. Just say you're fast.
Yeah, exactly. AJ's doing a really, really good job bringing us up the field, and pit stops worked out really well.
Yeah, you guys seem to gain a lot of positions in the pit stop as well, I think.
Yeah, it was everybody else was taking tyres, and we've decided not to. So it saved us about 20 odd seconds, which has worked out well, I think.
Well, is the strategy to do it every other hour to take tires? So you take tires every
I'm
time?
not sure, because we haven't worked out exactly how much everyone's going to use on tyres. So I know I'm finishing the race. I'm doing the final 2 hours, and then there's one in between that. So I'm not sure what tyres are going to do, because we're all going to double stint. So it could be we all double stint tyres, or we might all single stint. We'll see how it goes. Track
Yeah.
temp and things like that.
I saw you asked in the chat as well for if I could show the GTE cars for gaps. We have live
Yep.
timing in the description of our live stream as well, so you can see your
Okay.
gaps as well. You can see your gaps
Awesome.
whenever you want.
Yeah, I tried using the live track map and it just crashed on me. There we go, it's working now. Yeah, it's
That is fixed as well.
a strange thing to be in the front of this race
Yeah,
for
well,
Well,
how is the strategy now? Has your strategy changed ever so slightly now you're in the lead, or is it just still driving your own
I think
race?
we're gonna. I just think we're gonna carry on how we're going for now, and hope that it all works well.
You are in the lead of the AM class by quite some margin as well.
Yeah, got a pretty good gap. I can't actually see the gaps because it's broken, but I've just got to remap a button to get the black box back open. Just give me a second. Yeah, we've got 8 seconds to the car behind, which is really good, and that's not even the AM class. So
Yeah.
it's working out a lot better than I thought it was gonna.
As I think Ludus Racing is now falling back. Let's see what's happening with them. Oh, they have had a crash now. Niels Stieser in that car has spun around at the bus stop chicane. And finally it looks like that car has some kind of suspension damage because that isn't moving straight anymore. They
It's
are
going
gonna
for another
carry on.
lap though.
Yeah. It is going for another lap.
Oh,
That is interesting to see. Let's look what happened to them.
that was the car we had our first little incident with on lap 1. We had a little
see.
incident with them, but I don't think they got any damage from it.
Coming out of Blanchimont, then the Ibach Sim Racing team car behind. Up the inside they go. Is it just... Yeah, they get tapped from the inside. Oh, and then they get narrowly missed. That is lucky. No damage, I think, sustained from that. But very weird turning around there. That has lost them a lot of time.
Are they the car behind the Crips Racing car for position, or are they further back?
At the moment, they are further back.
Okay. Oh, and they're in pro as well.
Yes.
Wow, that was very, very, very close.
Yeah.
Slightly closer than I thought it was.
Yeah.
When I saw them spin around on my screen, it didn't look that close, but seeing it on the live stream was made it quite a bit closer.
Yeah, I think just the spin was quite tame, but then almost ahead afterwards was what I think could have killed them. But they're
Yeah,
still
it
driving,
was
no damage contained from that, I
very
think.
close. Yep.
But that means that Crips Racing now has a bigger gap of almost 10 seconds to iBox Sim Racing Team 2, who maybe will get a penalty for that, which will increase the gap ever so slightly, because 3 tenths behind Eibach is Delta Motorsports 141, and then 7 seconds or almost 8 seconds behind that is the next GTE AM car of the PM Esports. So
Yeah, I'm
a
not
gap.
sure how we've managed to build this gap, but it's working.
I think that is the 20 seconds you said of tires. And it seems like it's working out,
Yeah.
because you guys are not losing that much with not taking tires.
No, it's good because we're on already one in rubber, so we didn't have to warm them up or anything. So I think it's worked in our favour.
Yeah, is it just AJ who is a master of tire saving, or
Yeah, I'm going to put it down as he's quite good at saving tyres.
you drive,
Which is
of
a good
course,
thing.
differently if you want to save tires? Is it something,
Yeah,
because of course with fuel saving, you have to almost, if you want to fuel save effectively and not lose too much time, you have to almost relearn the whole track if you
Yeah.
want to fuel save a little bit. Is that the same with the saving of tires, or is it just you have to adjust your driving style a little bit?
because with tyres, you just don't push as hard into every corner. You make sure you're on the brakes without locking up, making sure you're not locking up into corners, making sure you're not losing the rear end, so you don't fry them in every corner. So, for example, going through the bus stop, that's quite a scary place with tyres. If you're trying to brake a little bit later for a position, you can always spin it just like the car did before. So I suppose it just depends on how you're braking and things like that.
Yeah. Well, the gap to the .X Esports red car has been building, though not really able to keep up the pace, AJ, with that car. But I think that is a position that they don't really want. They want to, I think, finish on top in the AM class.
Yeah, that is correct. I think finishing top 5 overall with a top position in AM class would be amazing.
Well, and
Even a
it's not done.
podium in AM class would be great.
Yeah, it's not done at all at the moment.
Nope.
So still a lot of time for things ahead to kick off. Because
Yeah.
the battle for the lead, it has been 3.8 seconds now. It's up to 4 for quite some while. These guys, if I think the slipstream hadn't been broken in the pit stop cycle, they would have still been within a second of each other.
Yeah.
They have been.
It's just trying to see what's going to happen with other cars now.
Yeah,
Seeing if there's crashes or spins or anything like that
but it seems
that
like
can help us out.
not changing tires is not really slowing you down that much.
Affected us.
Yeah.
No. It
because-
seems to have worked and it's gained us a lot of time on other cars, which is nice.
And of course,
Which hopefully we'll be able to do that throughout the rest of the race.
yeah, of course, the thing is with not changing tires, if you don't change tires and you then lose the 20 seconds that you gain with not changing them, then there's no point of doing that, and you basically can change the tires immediately when you do the pit stop, so you don't lose the 20 seconds and you have fresh tires.
Exactly. It just kind of depends on how slow you're going to be on the old tyres, because once they start to drop, they start to drop quite hard. So
Yeah.
it depends on how good you are at driving with a little bit less grip.
Yeah, and is
which-
AJ the fastest driver in your team, or
Yes, AJ is the fastest.
are you guys within a tenth, or are the gaps a little bit bigger
Probably-
between you guys?
The gaps are a little bit bigger, I'd say. I'd say I'm probably lapping 15s, and then our other driver is probably in the middle of us two, I'd say.
It's
That's
still
me and
not too
AJ.
bad.
Yeah, it's just when you get used to driving GT3 cars, because they took GT out of IMSA, so I moved to GT3, and you get used to having the ABS to rely on, and then you
Yes.
have no ABS. It's quite a difference.
Well, the cars are faster as well. And
Yeah, exactly.
you've switched, you said. What for you was the biggest difference you had to adjust to the GT3 car coming from a GTE car?
I'd just say it being a little bit slower felt weird, and also just being able to not lose the rear end as much. Because coming out of the corner, the Porsche especially, I found that it kicks out quite a bit. But I now drive the Ferrari GT3 car, and that's so stable. It's amazing.
Well, do you then change the setup to make the Porsche more stable, or do you just work with that oversteer on entry?
We've moved the wing about a little bit and stuff like that, so we've got a little bit more grip through the corners, and then we're just a tiny little bit slower down the straight. I think we're missing maybe 2 kilometers down the straight. So it's
not too big.
perfect how this car's been set up.
Well, perfect. It is definitely for you guys. Fifth is the Crips car at the moment. We'll take one more look at them. AJ in that car at the moment. I'll thank you, Lewis, for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
See ya. Bye.
Well, then we keep moving then. If other drivers in the live stream want to get into the commentary booth as well, feel free to do so. Get in the waiting room and I'll get you over to the commentary booth. And we can have a chat just like I had with Lewis. Very nice to speak to him. Very nice lad. Ludens Racing Green has been able to build out that gap to Fields Academy Motorsports behind them. But where has the Z Challenger Glide Racing car gone? They are now back into fourth. Kevin Vu stayed in that car. Was there a spin maybe for them that I have missed? Looks very, very close between all of the classes. A lot of battles out on track at the moment. As we are 1.5 hours into this 6-hour race. And what a race it has been already. Kevin Vu down now then getting pressurized by Austrian Sim Racer Orange. Up the inside comes Winston Eccles still in that car. We've had the pit stop cycle now though. So let's look who is in that car. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Barry Oosterveer is in that car. He's falling back a little bit. But he is definitely very fast as well. The gap behind him is 24 seconds. Gap ahead of him is 7 seconds at the moment to Austrian Sim Racers Blue. My favorite team has switched drivers as well. Oh no, they haven't. Clemens Schmid still in that car, but Austrian Sim Racers, did they change drivers? Then Marco Steffel still in that car as well. Triple stint there for them. Dono in... yeah, that is a difficult name. I don't know how to pronounce that, to be honest. We'll call him Ordire. That is how we're going to call him. Or Tono. That is how we'll call him. They are now in third, 27 seconds behind my favorite team, which is quite a big gap. And behind them we have Cardboard Blue in the hands of Joost Bouwmeester. He is in fourth currently. 2 seconds back from Karuma Motorsports. And just behind that, just underneath 2 seconds, that's up to 2 seconds now because of the traffic, is Benny Moser for the ASR Blue guys. And then Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue is just behind that as well. Z Challenger Glide Racing here is just a little bit further back than in the GT3 field. But it's been close everywhere. And where it's been the closest, I think, is here. Xavier in that car. We'll see where they will get to if they do not change tires in the next couple of pit stops. Yeah, Nicola, I asked myself that as well. Maybe it hasn't been reported. Maybe it was netcode, because netcode we do take into account. Maybe netcode we do take into account. If it's a big netcode and he wouldn't have touched him if it wasn't netcode, we do take that into account, or the stewards do take that into account, because I don't judge over that, of course. I have no way of knowing what is happening there. So Clement Schmid is still in the P2 car. That gap is closing a little bit between those two. Maybe that is because Clement Schmid has taken tires, or something has happened to that car. Now down the inside of the BMW M4 here. Not losing too much time into the traffic there is Clement Schmid, as we're almost at the 2-hour mark of this race. Still 4 hours to go at that point. What a race it has been already. We've seen some beautiful action as well, as we have no one in the waiting room yet. Like I said, if you want to have a chat, or if you want to stay in the commentary booth for longer and maybe commentate together with me and talk about some things, feel free to pop into the waiting room, and I'll try and get you in the commentating booth as quickly as possible. After the 2-hour mark, I'm gonna take a rest for 5 minutes. I hope I'm allowed to by you guys, but 6 hours is quite a long time for me to commentate. Of course, I am going to be here to change the cameras, because I have to do that manually myself as well. The battle in the GT3 field. Z Challenger is now right behind. Kevin Vu has fallen back another position. Is there damage on that car? Is there any visible damage? No, not really. Into the slipstream. Yes, he has a better run up through Eau Rouge, it looks like. Is he going to be able to do something into Lecombe? He is in the slipstream. He's getting closer and closer and closer. Is he going to pull out to the left? No, he is not. And the Austin Sim Racers orange car stays in fourth position, but he is getting pressurized by Kevin Vu. Kevin Vu looks to be so much faster than the 387 Austin Sim Racers car. Down the inside here maybe then. Looking for a way past is Kevin Vu here. Looking to make his way up the field again. 2 seconds behind this is the RD Simsport car. And then 7th is the ERC powered by FSPT V Rijnland hashtag yellow car. That's a mouthful to say. TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 is in 8th position, the 445 car. They're now getting overtaken by the leader in the GTE class, Astro Racing. And that gap has stayed between 3.8 and 3.7 seconds. There they are, the team slow pace car. It's so close between all of them. It stayed like this for I don't know how long. 3.8 seconds was the gap. Now it's 2.8. Some unlucky traffic there for the Astro Racing car that has allowed to Let the team slow pace car get a little bit closer. But that is gonna ebb and flow a long time. 2 seconds now is the gap. They've gained a lot of time this lap. And that is how you see that is how it's gonna go in this multi-class racing type of race, of course. He is now gonna have to overtake, I think, a fellow GTE car, and that is gonna cost him time. But now I think that is the leader of the race coming through here, the 69 car. Yes, that is Markus Steffel coming through on the GTE field to lap them again. That gap is still 18 seconds. He has been very consistent as well. P8 is very close as well. Nick Jelisic has overtaken Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. I'm sorry for missing that, of course. Let's see if we can take a look at that again. Here we go. Here we have the overtake again. It was a slipstream down the camel straight up the inside. Then he goes into Lecombe, and that is that position done for Nick Jelisic into Lecombe. Of course, dealing with some traffic up the inside. He's going to go here. He is absolutely bombing it around the track. And he is so fast, Nick Jelisic. Remember, they had that drive-through, which put them a lap behind of all the other cars. And they are now fighting their way back through the field. Gap ahead of them to Delta Motorsports 40 is 14.5 seconds. They're catching up to that at a rapid rate. We'll give you a lap handling the traffic as well with our race with P8 in the LMP2 class. Well, that is a lap around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit with navigating traffic and everything. And with that lap, it's Nick Jelisic who has built that gap to P9 to 2.5 seconds and is eating into the gap of P7 now. We'll stay with him. He is absolutely eating into the gap of Delta Motorsports 40. 10.7 seconds is the gap now. And they're definitely a team to watch out for. Yes, Julian, I saw that indeed, that is your teammate. I'm very well aware of that. Amazing to see you guys doing so well. gap to the guys ahead of him is at the moment 10.1 seconds. So getting closer with every lap they turn. Well then, our leaders in the GT3 class are back with each other as well. Ludens Racing Green and Fields Academy Motorsports as well. They're right on the toe of each other. Of course, these cars look very similar to each other. That is because they are. Only thing is, it's a Porsche with a Lamborghini, but it is the same team running them. Ludens Racing Green, they are in first in the GT3 field. Ludens Racing in the GTE class, just behind them in the Porsche is in 12th. So they're not doing too well there, but now they get the pass. Let's look on to this battle then. With my right eye, I keep an eye on the gap that is between the Delta Motorsports 40 car and the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 orange car, because that gap is coming down massively fast. We have a few retirements at the moment, with the first of them being the YS Motorsports red car. Second is Akil Racing Cyan, as our Technic Pack are still in the pits as well. No, they are lapping again now, so that we have two retirements. Akil Racing Cyan and YS Motorsports red are our first retirements of this season. Sad to see them go so early. But the battle for first place in the GT3 field is heating up. There is that BMW GTE car getting past the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche there. That car is now, as they have a touch there with the leader in GT3. They're not going to let them pass. They sweep back in front of them, and that was dangerous. That was dangerous. There could have been contact there. There's no dangerous driving from anyone there, but that was a dangerous moment. Or at least not a good moment for both of them. Hard in their mouth, I think, for both of those drivers. iBox and Racing Team 2 are in the pits as well now. They're maybe in for their second round of pit stops. But it is very, very close between the leaders in the GT3 field. At the moment it seems like the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 orange car is the fastest LMP car out on track, and thus the fastest car on track at the moment. So we have somewhere around 15 minutes left until all the LMPs are going to come into the pit lane again. This is the gap for the lead in the GT3 class. A little bit further back, the Austria Simrace orange car is just behind the Z Challenger Goliath Racing Skull Candy still. I think Kevin Vu in that car ahead of Tobias Kurz. 7 seconds is the gap to Orion Race Team Pack GT3 ahead of them. They are both eating into that lead, but not fast enough. They're going to get into their pit stop cycle in 15 minutes as well, so it's going to be very, very busy on pit lane. Very, very close here. That battle. Fields Racing Academy are getting very close. So, oh, as we have a touch here. As we have a touch, that is a GTE car going off, and that is, I think that is the Ludens Racing Team green car getting across there. Rudolf ten Brake, let's take a look at that again. That is, I think, Rudolf ten Brake getting across there, and that is a big, big hit into the tire wall. Hopefully that is not too big of a hit that they can't continue. But they were lost in the GTE field, so that does not do too many harm to them as well. They were several laps behind as well. Let's go back to live pictures now then. And we're back with the Ludens Racing green car. As the gap between Platinum Racing Team and LMP2 Orange and Delta Motorsports 40 is only 5 seconds now. Very, very close between them. And it's only getting closer. Oh, so close. Onto the Camel Straight they come now. This is a big slipstream opportunity for Fields Academy Motorsports. They are getting closer. They had a very good exit. Is he going to tuck out to the inside? No, he's not this time round. He chooses to stick behind for another lap. And maybe try it next lap, but they are getting closer to each other every lap. It looks like the Fields Academy Motorsports car has the edge over the Ludens Racing green car. Maybe into results, but no, doesn't happen this time round. Yeah, Rob Sutherland, that is a sad incident to see. But he cuts across there, I think he did it himself, cuts across the nose of the Ludens Racing green car. Hopefully that didn't do too much damage to our GT3 leader. And hopefully didn't do as much damage as it looked like, but it was a hard hit into the tire wall for Rudolph as well. Of course, the first concern in real life racing would be, is the driver okay? But here, luckily, we don't have to think about that. That is the good part of sim racing. But now he is very, very close. Fields Academy Motorsports seems to have the edge in that Porsche over the Ludens Racing green car. And also the Crisp Racing car has been eating into that .x esports red car as well. Maybe down the inside of the bus stop chicane, and not really close enough, I think. But really trying to stick close for the Camel Straight, trying to get a good exit here. He does manage to do so. That is a very good exit. 3 tenths, 2.5 tenths is the gap. Now into La Source they go. He has to get a good exit if he wants to make something happen at the end of the Camel Straight, because it's full throttle from here on in. We have, of course, for the Fields Academy car, he is getting closer. Up a Rouge he goes. Oh, around the outside, there comes an LMP. Into the slipstream he comes. No, he is lifting. He's not trying to go for an overtake there, Alberto Gazzapo. But he seems to be faster than the Fields Academy Motorsports car. They're out. Is that a disconnect for the... Is that a disconnect? Is my question. Do we have a disconnect here? Then at the front of the field in GT3? Don't tell me. Yes, it seems like we do have a disconnect. that is sad to see for at the front of GT3. The Ludus Racing green car, into the pits they go. Just a Nair in that car now. Yes, that is a disconnect. That is sad to see. My favorite team into the pit lane as well. They're not getting their fuel mileage as they would like, I think. Karima Motorsports. Are they gonna get into the pit lane this time round then? It looks like they can continue. As you can see by the 3 dots on the side of that car, they are in P3, and an amazing comeback from that team. Austrian Sim Racers red. They are still in first with Markus Steffel in that car. Platinum Racing Team Orange, that gap between Platinum Racing Team Orange and Delta Motorsports 40 is now less than 2 or less than 3 seconds. And closing. He's catching up to that car very, very quickly. A battle that is also very, very close is this battle. Astro Racing against Team Slow Pace. It's half a second at the beginning or at the exit of La Source Hairpin. What is it going to be at the end of the Camel Straight? The Astro Racing team car has some slipstream from, I think that is the Eibach Racing Lamborghini as well. Up the inside here. A diver from very far back. They had to get past, otherwise they would lose a lot of time. As the Platinum Racing team car is now very, very close to the back of that Delta Motorsport 40. There they are. And he is getting very close. Nick Jelisic has a few more laps, I think, to get past here. But he is not gonna push it any further than this. The Team IRNL car there, they had some troubles in the later stage or in the beginning stages of the second hour, getting hit. Or at the later stage of the first hour, getting hit by an LMP car and then into the pits. They had 2.5 minutes repairs, which set them back to, at the moment, it looks like they are in P16. They are 39 seconds back to the TR Motorsports pack car. But as you can see now, it's really through the traffic that it's Nick Jelisic gaining a lot on that TR Motorsports 40 car around the outside, up the inside, and that is position done very, very quickly there by Nick Jelisic. That is amazing to see. So quickly he has that done. Up the inside he now goes of that GTE car. Excuse me for all the stutters we have on screen, but it is pit stop time again, and that is, I think, why it is doing that. But he has that position done already. That is very, very quick by that car. But now the gap ahead of them is to their fellow sister car, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car, is somewhere around 30 seconds. And they are somewhere around 2 to 3 tenths faster every lap. The TCE Motorsports 2 car is in 8th. Yes, head down and keep it going. Some very nice words there from Philippe. John Sylvester in that car at the moment. They're getting to their pit stop window as well now. But they are very, very close to the Stage 1 Racing Junior car. The Porsche ahead of them. That is a battle for the lead in GTEM in that class. But that car seems to have some slipstream as well now, so they're not going to gain that much on the Camel Straight, sadly. Meanwhile, they're actually going to lose some time doing that. Or getting onto the straight, because they have some slipstream, but it's not a game of who can gain this lap, it's a game of who can gain over a stint. Very, very close this battle still. Gaining every second. At the moment that gap is just underneath a second, so they are within the slipstream range if they get to the back straight onto Pouon, or to Blanchiment. Pouon is not on the back straight. Onto Blanchiment. As we almost have 2 hours done and we get a new hourly update. And they are in the slipstream range now. 9/10 is the gap. John Sylvester absolutely pushing it to the max. As the Austrian Sim Racers red car is really, really eking out that lead now. Platinum Racing Team, LMP2, orange now. Nick Jelicic into the pit lane. That is probably going to be a driver change at the end of the second hour. And I think Julian Dollars is going to get into that car then. But here we have the TCE Virtual Motorsports car. They overtook them in the pit lane. And they're just ahead. Oh, they had to back down in the pit lane, I think. They lost some time. Pit stops are in full going in all the fields. We'll wait a minute till this has all settled down and then we'll give you a new hourly update. Meanwhile, while this is happening, I'm gonna make a pit stop as well for 5 minutes. I'll give you the onboard of our leader in the race and then I'll get back to you when this is all done. With a new hourly update. Well, welcome back everyone to the Platinum Endurance Championship, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We have seen the pit stop cycle on board with the leading car at the moment, the Austrian Sim Racers red car. Harald Blumeyer now in that car. In a minute we will give you a new hourly update. Team Slow Pace seems to have taken the lead in GTE. But that gap is over 1 minute 50 it seems like. Are they doing some incredible fuel saving strategy in which they can stay out longer? I don't know for sure. But it seems that is the case, because now they move into the pit lane with 1 minute and 15 ahead of their nearest rivals, Astro Racing. We'll stay on board with Astro Racing then. They are now on the Camel Straight. So they have to get around the whole lap. But we know the pit lane here at Spa is very, very long. Yes, I know it was more than 5 minutes, but I deserve some rest, I think, after 2 hours of straight commentating and having no one to back me up. Of course, some drivers into the waiting room. No one in there yet, or at the moment, but we have had some drivers in the commentary booth as well. Of course, this is one of the longer races. We have 6, 4, 8, and 12 hours. This is not the longest race, but the 12 hours at the moment. It looks like it's going to be a one-man drop for me again, but I'm definitely down for that. I love endurance racing, and I love being a part of it at Platinum Racing League. It seems like the gap is building out. Karuma Motorsports oh, they're eating into that lead actually now at the moment. 54 seconds is the gap now. They are Team Slow Pace is still in the pit lane. Are they moving again is my question. No, they are not moving again. This is Astro Racing here. Here they go. Team Slow Pace. They have to get moving now. There they go. And this is going to be so close. Out of the hairpin they come now. There is Team Slow Pace. And there in the background is the Astro Racing team. They're now going to get past. Are they? No, they're not. Astro Racing team is overtaken in the pit lane by Team Slow Pace. That is big. That is absolutely big. They were behind going into the pit stop cycle. And now they are ahead afterwards. It's really made that lap or those few laps in clean air count without anyone ahead of him, and he is now the leader of the GTE field. iBox Sim Racing Team 1 is very close to WPR Racing as well. This is for the podium spot in the AM class, I think. Yes, it is for the podium spot in the AM class. Oh, and very close here. Tobias Winkelmann, can he do something? No, not this time around. Of course, most of these drivers are new in the car, so this will be their first stint. So we will see a new pecking order and how fast drivers will be this time around. Up the inside then goes Tobias Winkelmann. Is that going to be the position done? Yes, that is. That was a very nice move there from Tobias Winkelmann. And that is 6th position for him. The WPR car down in 7th position now. Remco Barlow in that car. We've seen him in the PRL GT3 Championship as well. He was the GT3 AM champion in that season, season 4. So he knows how to drive a GT car around this track. Of course, like we've heard before, GT3 cars are a different beast to a GTE car. Puma Motorsports. Odger Cross in that car now. We have, I think, Austrian Sim Racers Blue. They are in 4th position. They gained the position. Tyler in that car now. I have to do some repairing work on the fly here. Tyler Klaus is in that car. Austrian Sim Racers, Sim Racing Blue. There they are. Then in GT3, in 4th place we have ERC powered by FSP. It's Mike Heilrich in that car now at the moment. Then Stage 1 Racing Junior, Kevin De Winter in that car at the moment. He's got in the pit stop phase as well. They are leading the AM class at the moment. Just a little bit further down then in the GTE field is Ludens Racing, and that car at the moment is Cas Brinkhauser. He is just behind the BMW, trying to overtake him, maybe down into or out of Lasurs, getting a good exit. And a good exit he did have. Let's see if he can overtake. Breaking that slipstream there is the BMW. In the slipstream he is now. Pulls on to the inside, and that is position done for him. Oh my god, here we go again. I hope it doesn't stay for like this for long. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Orange are down in 10th in the LMP class as well now. Julian Manicus in that car. Looks like they have some damage on the right front of that car. Then we have Cardboard Blue at the moment, they're laps behind. It's Daniel Weber in that car. Sorry for the refreshing of the timing screen every time. Some things we need to fix here. Some drivers not in the software yet. Verve Racing are the last car. Oh no, not actually, no. It's T3 Motorsports, the BMW. They are still on the lead lap in GTE, so still in with a shot at everything if something happens. And then we have Fields Academy Motorsports, of course. Platinum Racing Team GT3 now with Hugo Ekersen. Really coming up the table quickly. This hashtag racing GT3 YS Motorsports Blue with Hannes Mala in that car. They are in 11th, just behind them. Then 13th, 15th in GTE. We have Astro Racing Mayorla, Paul Gallego in that car. For the Astro Racing Mayorla car in GTE. Then we have 2 drivers left. And it looks like one of them is in the GT3 class. That is Verwerk. Verwerk is in the CDRN Max Speed car. CDRN Max Speed. That is in the GT3 as well. There we go. That is everything done. We have all the drivers in the system now again, and we can give you the hourly update that we have had recently. The hourly updates powered by Platinum Racing League and msdrops.nl. It's Austrian Sim Racers in the lead currently. It has been a change of the wheel there in the form of Harold Blumeyer now in that car. That gap has opened up to 52 or 56 seconds to the guys behind Kuruma Motorsports. Very fast team, Austrian Sim Racers Red, like you can see. Kuruma Motorsports in the hands of Otkar Gross now. also change of the wheel at that team at the last pit stop cycle. Then we have Platinum Racing Team Blue, Barry Oosterveer in that team, 5 seconds behind Kuruma Motorsports and catching that team. They are very fast. They have, I think, Vincent Ossems in the car after Perry Oosterveer has done his 3 stints or his double stint. We'll see how that goes. Austrian Sim Racers Blue, they are just missing out of the podium. It could be a double podium for the Austrian Sim Racers community in just some minutes of time, because they are catching up. It's only 1.8 seconds to the back of that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. And then in GTE we have Astro Racing at the helm, just ahead of the team slow pace car. The slow pace car was ahead after the pit stop cycle, but it seems like they've lost that lead now. They are just behind Astro Racing. 1.3 seconds is the gap in that class. Then in third, just a little bit further back, we have the Orion Race Team Pack GTE. And then gained another position over the overall class is Crips Racing. Just off the podium now at this point in the overall standings in the GTE category. They are currently, as it stands, first in the GTE AM class, fourth in the GT Pro in the GTE Pro class is .X Racing Esports Red. Rolf Müller in that car at the moment, as you can see, Crips Racing. It is Christian Galamseta in that car at the moment. He's eating into that gap of 46 seconds ahead of him to the Orion Race Team Pack GTE. All very, very close to each other there. Then we have iBox Sim Racing Team 1. They are second in the GTE AM category. They've been catching at the moment the Crips Racing car. It's only 25 seconds to the back of that car. But it sadly looks like with Tobias Winkelmann in the car now, they are not gaining any more. Yeah, Jamie Mollema, of course. Soft spots are very awkward for you guys as well, but you have to understand they want to get past as fast as possible. They want to lose as less time as possible. Of course, they have to do that in a safe manner. Of course, I'm very, I'm on one line with you, but yeah, sometimes they do pick very strange positions. But they are second in the AM Championship. Then in 8th position overall and third in the GTE AM category is the car from Remco Barlow, the WPR Racing Team car. That WPR Racing Team Porsche, that purple Porsche, of course, is a very noticeable livery. They are at the moment third in the GTE AM class. Well, let's move on to the GT3s then. We have at the moment Fields Academy Motorsports in the lead there with a big gap of 30 seconds. I don't think they've taken tires or anything so far, but they are very, very fast. They have a very fast lineup as well. Z Challenge Goliath Racing is in second there. They are 29.9 seconds behind the leader in their class. which is Field Academy Motorsports, of course. Then Austrian Sim Racers Orange, they are just behind, like we've seen so long now, behind the Z Challenger Goliath racing car. The Z Challenger Goliath racing car has just been a car that has been involved in a battle, for I think the whole race. Not the same battle, but at least in a battle the whole race. Then first position in the GT3 AM class with a big gap to the second place car in GTE AM is ERC powered by FSP TUV Rhineland. They are in first in the GT3 AM class, 2 seconds back of the Austrian Sim Racers orange car. So very close there as well. And then second in the GT3 AM class is in 7th, Stage 1 Racing Junior. They are in 7th position overall at the moment. That car is in the hands of Kevin de Winter. And they are second in the GT3 AM class. Just behind that though, only 10 seconds, is the TCE Virtual Motorsports car. As I think they are in a battle with... Oh, excuse me for this. They're in a battle with the car ahead of them, the hashtag GT3 car. The hashtag racing GT3 Lamborghini. Half a second between those two, as we can see on screen. We'll stay with them for a second. But that was your hourly update, sponsored by Platinum Racing League and msdrops.nl. TCE Virtual Motorsports 2. They've tried to work their way up into the podium spots, and they've done that now on pace alone. That is, the gap to the guys behind them is 6.2 seconds, which is a pro team, but this is not really the fight they want to fight in their car class. But then we go back to the front of the field, where it's still the Austrian Sim Racers Red leading the way. They have lapped almost half the field already. And as you can see, it's very, very close as well. Well, let's look into the waiting room. No one at the moment wants to get into the commentary booth. The Harald Blomeyer has just been eking out that lead to Kuruma Motorsports and Austrian Sim Racers Blue. They have overtaken the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue car. They are now up onto the podium as well. They're getting onto the back of that Kuruma Motorsports car. I have a sneaky suspicion that something happened between Barry Oosterveer and and Odger Cross. Because that gap has gotten so big in such short amount of time. So we have a crash here for the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car. Oh, and they get pushed off track. And that is a spin for Hugo Ekeson in that car. Don't hit the wall. He does not. Got back on track in a safe manner, and he does so. And now he can continue his way. We have another crash as well. Rolf Muller crashed in the .x Esports red car. Oh, again! We've seen this happen so many times that a GTE car just cuts across the nose of the GT3. Luckily this time, not into the tire barrier. Back onto the live pictures then. Odger Cross into the second place still. But this team is really eking out the lead to everyone else. P7 already on a lap difference. The Platinum race, or the Austrian Sim Racers orange car is still behind the Z Challenger Goliath Racing, like we've seen for so long now. They are both 34 seconds back, it seems like, on the... Never mind. Yeah, they are both 30 seconds back on the Fields Academy Motorsports car. Yes, Ruben, they are at the moment on top of the standings in the GTE class, the Fields Academy Motorsports. They're going strong, they're going very, very strong. But the team who has surprised me the most, I think, at this moment is ERC, powered by FSP TV Ryland. They are an AM team and they are able to stick with the pro teams ahead of them. That is, of course, I think, courtesy of the pro drivers in that team doing a very, very good job. But still, that is a margin that is so, so close. As Austrian Sim Race, that gap has all of a sudden closed. Did something happen? Let's look onto the Austrian Sim Racers red car. Harald Blomeyer in that car. As we are coming up to the halfway point in the race, 3 hours done, and that is really a big benchmark for the drivers as well. Of course, Harald Blomeyer wants this race to get done as quick as possible. That gap is now really big. This gap is also really, really small as well now. Only 2 seconds between Karuma Motorsports and Austrian Sim Racers Blue. And they are catching Austrian Sim Racers Blue. Austrian Sim Racers is about to make it a 1-2 for that team. That will be a perfect start for the Austrian Sim Racers. Oh, that is an overtake. That is... Wow, that is so tricky to do. So we have an overtake here. Let's look at that. It's Pepper Kerstens. I think that was an overtake on pit road. An overtake that I missed, of course. This team, Pepper Kerstens, is at the moment down in 20th. Here they are. They are currently in 20th in the GT3 class overall. Gap to the guys ahead of them is 1 minute and 18 seconds. So that is a big gap, almost half a lap to catch up. Team IRNL, how are they getting on? The gap ahead of them is, at the moment, it seems like only 6.6 seconds. So it's also close towards the bottom of the GT3 field. Only the top 4 is a lap ahead of them now. But Team IRNL, they are very fast. It's a very fast group of drivers. And it's sad to see them go from the top, but they will make sure to climb their way back up into the top 10, I'm sure about that. Let's look if some drivers are in the waiting room. Not at the moment. Have to wait on some drivers. Gap to the P16 is coming down for the Team IRNL guys. Let's go on board with them. Here we are again with another crash. Oh, and they get spun round. Do they get hit? Is the question afterwards. No, they make sure to get out of it as quickly as possible. Oh, and they do get hit. They do get hit. That is not what you want to see, and afterwards they hit the barrier as well. Not what you want to see. Back to live pictures we go to Ruben Schild in the Team IRNL car. Gap to the Digital Spirit DS Racing is closing. 3.6 seconds is that gap now. As we have Austrian Sim Racers Red into the pit lane. This is around the time that we expect all the LMPs into the pit lane again. Digital Spirit DS Racing overtook the TR Motorsports pack because they are of course into the pit lane now. Different strategy to everyone else. But of course now the Team IRNL car looking to get closer. 3 seconds is the gap. They are closing it at a massively fast rate. Ruben Schild is in that car now. Yeah, I know Rapid E-Racing, it's something that I can't fix or I'll have to end the stream. There is an option to make a part 2 of this and then do that after the 3rd hour so that I can restart my computer and hopefully take away the problem. So that is an option, but I'm not looking to cut off the stream now. It's not the CPU. I think it will be likely to be the RAM, but hopefully this makes it a little bit more stable now. Ruben Seals, there is the car ahead of him, 2.2 seconds, 2.1 seconds, eating into that lead with over a minute. Yeah, I hope it's okay for you guys. I'm doing my best, but these things are out of my control. We tested it multiple times and this did not happen, so. Team IRNL now within 2 seconds of the car ahead of him. The Digital Spirit DS Racing.
Done.
Hola, Mornix.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. With you?
Yeah, amazing. Maybe you can screen share so we can look in the actual live happening. So I can help you out with the commentating.
I wish I could, but the live stream has some issues already with the thing skipping, so yeah.
Maybe as you said, maybe try a reboot at the half marker, but I can do something else talking about the stewarding and stuff like that and the other incidents.
Yeah, go on if you want to.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, it's been an amazing opportunity to be able to host such amazing endurance championship for a lot of drivers. Over 200 drivers already in the league, and it's just an amazing feeling for me to be able to host such thing. And yeah, I was really looking forward to the first event. We have an amazing steward team of over 7 people in the stewarding team.
with Martin, Sven, Joost, and Jesse and Colin. Jesse and Colin don't have iRacing, so they are friends of mine who are just looking into the live stream. We're streaming for each other, so we can actually look into the reports. And then they are making time for us, and for me, it's so appreciated. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season. We have an amazing calendar, in my opinion. Next race is the 4 hours of Interlagos. I'm a bit afraid for that one because it's a really tight and small track. Although the rest of the calendar is amazing. In my opinion, I'm looking the most forward to is the 10 hours of Le Mans. Le Mans is my favorite track, one of my favorite tracks for endurance racing. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And also keep in mind that the stewarding team is taking time of its own for the pack, for the Platinum Endurance Championship, in order to make a safe environment for the whole Endurance Championship, to make sure everything is set right with the right amount of penalties, and we try to stay as consistent as possible.
Yeah. Well, that
Yeah.
sounds great.
And yeah, I mean, the driving so far from the GT and GT3 has been amazing, in my opinion. It's been a really good one. Seeing them fighting for places, it's been really tight in the beginning. First hour for the GT3, we saw the whole hour almost a few groups packed within a second of each other.
Yeah.
And it's still, the fight's still on. The Platinum Racing team again in P2, back in P2, but they are stopping right now at the moment we're talking. So and I know that they're on an alternative strategy, and I'm really looking forward to how this will evolve into the race itself. We're only halfway, well, 15 minutes to go actually, but I'm really looking forward to how that will evolve. And then also, yeah, it's the amount of teams signing up and having the trust in my championship, in our championship. It's just amazing to see.
Yeah. As we have now some action on track, actually. Team
Yeah, yeah.
IRNL within a tenth of the Digital Spirit DS racing car. The BMW up the inside of Blanchard. They're gonna go side by side. It's gonna be tight. No, they think the better of it. The DS racing car, they let them through. I think the sensible decision to make their. Was they now get touched? Did they get touched there by that LMP2, or was that just a close call? I think it was a close call. No one got touched there.
With ERNL moving up to P14, amazing move by Ruben Schild.
Yes. Now the next car ahead of them is 8.2 seconds ahead of them. Of course, a car that in the early stages of the race was up there at the top 4 for the first hour. Then they, of course, got hit by an LMP2 on their in-lap. They had 2.5 minutes repair, so they are now trying to get back from that. And of course, now you see they're past Digital Spirit DS Racing, and they immediately have a gap of over a second. So I think it was a sensible decision to make from the DS Spirit, the Digital Spirit DS Racing car, to let them through.
I see that the two teams of ASR are really doing a good job, both in the top 3 or top 2 already.
Yeah, they are 1-2 at the LMP2 field.
Amazing to see such teamwork by both teams.
Definitely. I mean, the Ostrich Sim Racers red car, they have been in the lead for, I think, since that the Platinum Race Team orange car went out of the lead. I think they had a drive-through at the beginning of the race, didn't they?
Yeah, they had 2 drive-thrus, I think.
2
if I
drive-throughs
remember.
actually.
Yeah,
And they're
Yeah.
still in the lead lap.
they are 1 lap behind, if I'm correct. The LMP2 Team Orange of Platinum Racing Team.
That could be the case.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing them actually.
They are 1 lap behind the leaders.
Okay.
Currently with let's see who is in that car. It's Julian Manicus is in that car at the moment.
Yes, they are in P7. Of course.
Correct. Yeah.
I think they had some unfortunate things happen with Julian in the car, because I think, or I don't know exactly remember who it was. You maybe know Marnix, who was in that car first.
Nick Jelicic.
Yes,
That's the
exactly.
Yeah.
His name is very difficult to remember.
But I think it's a really fast driver in combination, the two of them. I think they could fight for an actual podium position, but it was just unfortunate with the 2 crashes or 3 crashes they had. But when seeing now Remco Barlow getting into the pits from the WPR Racing, falling down the grid, also with the Kevin Vu into the pits and CDRN Max Speed and Björn Schumacher from Eibach Sim Racing Team into the pits.
A lot of pit stops going on at the moment.
We'll see what happened with Kelly Racing Skullcandy. That's the GT3 team. Let's take a look at them.
The GT3 team, you said?
Yeah, they are currently in the pits. They're having a change of fuel and tires.
Kevin Vu, I think that is not a change of fuel and tires. That is something a little bit different than that, because they were in P4 or P3, I think, before they went into the pit lane. That car
Yeah, they're
seems
quite a while already in the pit lane, yeah.
5 minutes, something. No, 2 minutes and 23 seconds. That could be a normal pit stop, since the pit lane here is so long. But I think the right-hand side of that car has some damage as well. Yes, we can see it
Yeah, the
clearly
right
from here.
hand side, yeah.
Yep, they're
Yeah,
up
right
now.
side that.
Seems like, yes, there we go. That is a change of driver there at that in
Jackson
that
Chen
seat.
is in the car, yeah.
But I think something has happened to them. Let's see if I can find what happened.
They are changing tires at the moment, which means they will be driving back out the pit lane in any second.
We can see it here, what happened. Here is the damage, I think, that happened. Is it per... Oh, no. They just got off. It happened earlier than this. I think that is damage from before this. Is this what happened then, maybe? Oh. Yes, here we have him. That is a touch from... whose car is that?
Actually got reported by it. That's the WPR Racing, the hashtag 290.
That is
Remco
what
behind
happened.
the steering.
Yeah, that is what happened with that car. I think that is the P3 in the AM class at that point. So that is big as well. Still in the pit lane is Paxton Chan.
Yeah, they were quite up high in the AM field. Oh, that's really unfortunate for the Z Challenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, diving in down the inside and outbraking himself. I think there will be a penalty upcoming for that. That was really unfortunate.
Since you're a steward, I think there will be a penalty upcoming for that.
I cannot talk too much, but I think there will be upcoming penalty. Yeah. That feels bad indeed. That's really unfortunate for the Z Challenger Skullcandy, the 308 in the pro class of the GT3. I think the stewards are doing a great job in my opinion, because they're working really hard together. I've been a part of them since the beginning, and yeah, I really appreciate them helping us out with the stewarding as well. I see there are a lot of steward reports coming in. I'll be moving back to them. Dan, I wish you good luck for now, and hopefully I'll be back with the stewarding or with the commentating as well. Really good job, man.
Thank you for jumping in.
No worries, glad to help.
Well then, that was Marnix talking about what all happened in the stewards booth. Of course, a lot of things going on there, and I think that we will try it with this, and if it gets worse, the cutting out, then we'll be restarting the stream and we'll take a part 2 of it. We can try, of course. But that is really, really unfortunate for the Z Challenger Goliath Racing car. Austral Racing is in first, still in the GTE battle. They've been there for most of the race now. 5 minutes left until we're at the halfway mark of the race. We're going to get a new hourly update at that point. This should maybe fix it as well. Almost 3 hours into the race. This race for us is going to end at 7 p.m. Central European time. Of course, as through the grass there has to go, I think, the leader of the race. Yes, that was the leader of the race. A very scary moment there for Harald Bluma. That is a real scary moment for our leader of the race. Austin Sim Racers Red or Blue have been eating into the lead of their sister team, the Austin Sim Racers Red team. The 42 car. Behind that Rapid E-Racing team Purple. They had a crash early on in the race, and they seem to be up there as well at the moment. I don't know why they are here, but they are 7th at the moment. 5th is Vincent Osams. He's not first. I don't know what exactly has happened to that team. Why they are all of a sudden in a different class. See if I can try and fix it. Let's see if this will fix it. Sadly, it did not fix it. Well, we're gonna have to live with that. On the overall standings, we can still see them, though. We can't see how much they are behind, but we could in the beginning of the race. Of course, it's the first time for us doing this, so I hope you take into account that these things can happen. It's a learning process. Of course, we try to do better every race and at every venue we go to. Yes, he's also in the right team as well. So really strange why this is happening. We're trying to find out why it's happening. So please stick with me. That seems to have fixed it. Yes, boys. So if we now go into class, yes, that did fix it. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Team Slow Pace, yes, they are at the moment, it seems like, in second position of the GTE class. They were in first after the pit stop cycle. But Jonas Wiese just not able to really stick on to the back of that Astra Racing Team car. But they are doing great, just still in second place. Jonas Wiese just a few tenths a lap slower consistently than the man ahead of him, Astro, in the Astro Racing car. That is Roque Garcia for the Astro Racing Team car. Just ahead of him, we have of course the Eibach Racing Team car. Garcia is gonna be due to pit in just a few minutes, I think, so we'll stick with him. And this is exactly the moment he is gonna pit. True, they have some higher I rating as well, but 18 seconds is not that much, of course, if you think about it. But it seems like Austin Sim Racers Red have fallen back a little bit. But I think that is courtesy of pit stops happening. Achel Bloemeyer has made his pit stop already. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue are on an alternative strategy, said did Marnik say. Also ASR record killed, that is sad to see. Bloemeyer is still in that car though, and they know they have to pace so they know they can come back. But it's now ASR Blue, of course, in the lead for them. They did not lose a lap, but they did lose a lot of time. And I think, everyone, that we are going to restart the stream because this is getting a bit out of hand, this. So we'll get back to you in just a minute or 10. Just If you subscribe to the channel, you get notified when we are live again. Give us 10 minutes and we'll be back to you with the racing again from the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps with the PEC, the Platinum Juice Championship. The first round, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.